Happy Monday. Hello, hello. We're back at it. Today should be fun. We've got updates on the LVT Halo drama. I wanted to weigh in and share my thoughts. We've got Rostermania updates. I was thinking we could compile all of the teams together and just look at them all in front of us and see, you know, what's confirmed and what are we still waiting for. A lot of people have been kind of posting, looking for like a source that they could go to, like a, you know, one-stop shop for all the Rostermania updates. We kind of need that. People want the info quick. How we doing though? Happy Monday. Burnt, Acuna, Welsh, Stormy Studios, Sean, Finn, King Titan. Let's get it, guys. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Happy June. First day of June. I don't know if I have new tea. It depends on how much you know. Right? If you've been keeping close tabs on APG's broadcast, I probably don't have anything new for you. I'm just going to take everything. We're going to accumulate all the info, put it all together on one Rostermania tier maker, which we've done a few times, right? But start by looking at the formal response video to everything that's happening with LVT and with the Pro League, because it sounds like progress is being made there. I'm not sure I agree with everything on both sides. Like, even with formal, I might disagree a little bit today. Should be fun. Broward Clip is, Clips is a decent channel, includes clips of me too. Yeah, no, we love Broward in here. Coffee Turtle. Are you, you just new to discovering Broward? Viper, how we doing, man? Had some comments about the SSG team, Lucid live today. Good to see Lucid live. We got a lot of people live on Twitch. If we just scroll through this, bro. Maniac and APG are doing some sort of combined content. So big ups to them, because they're getting hella viewers on a Monday. Lucid is live, Snakebite live, Frosty grinding, the Envy Descendant is grinding, Penguin is grinding right now. So a lot of different high-tier pros. POVs, obviously not in scrims. We're still waiting. Still waiting on the scrims to start. I feel like I don't have... you know, I feel like I was locked in with the scrims. I'm kind of ready for that to kick off again. That's why this LVT Pro League sounds fun, because we got something to focus on. But in the meantime, a little bit of Rostermania drama. We can get some... let's just kind of recap it all, right? Sparty had a tweet that was kind of spicy recently. I'm not sure if there's much I can say or add to it, right? Different players are... you know, we've got some arguments. I don't know if I'd call it beef. Complexity drama. Ashes made some questionable comments about Boo Boo Doo Boo. How could he? Look at Snakebite's title, learning to play fast. Yeah, PJ has talked about he doesn't like the fast, slow terminology. War Turtle is back. Let's go, brother. What's up? I've been doing great, man. Happy Monday. Happy June 1st. Whole new month of Halo content. It's good to have you with me, man. 5 months. Let's go. Need my baby girl Lucid to win some majors or worlds. He's got a brand new team. We'll see what happens. What's happening, Ruben? RD. Thank you for making me feel a little less lonely. Means a lot. Happy to be here for you, man. Glad I can help out. Faye's gonna crush SSG now. Why do you say that? The only area that Faye's crush SSG right now is in the popularity contest. They're probably going to be more popular just with the star, you know, all the stars you got in one roster coming together. But will they win in a head-to-head matchup? I actually don't know. Sparty drama, how surprising. I actually liked Sparty's tweet. Like, I didn't think it was, like, inappropriate. Obviously, he's, like, probably sharing a little bit more than we need to know on the internet, which we've seen before. But I don't think it was, like, a poorly written tweet by any means, if I remember. I don't know. We're going to reread everything. We're going to listen to... We're going to start with the LVT situation. Share our thoughts on that. But I just figured, you know, let's trickle in here, put some sort of Halo on screen while you guys come in and just say, what's up? June 1st must be a Canadian thing? No. I'm just saying, look, so now that we've been pretty consistent with the content and, like, I've been making a full-time income doing this, I've been paying a lot of attention to the start and the end of every month in a way that I never have, which I know is, like, ridiculous. In my freaking 30s, I should care more about this. But, you know, I'm live on a relatively regular basis on YouTube and Twitch. I've got all my analytics and shit that I'm more invested in now. So every time a month ends, I've got, you know, all the revenue I made for the month, and then here's the new one. Here's a clean slate, basically. It's the way I see it. I don't know. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. It's June 2nd. Well, there you go. We already missed a day. I already missed a day of opportunity. We're late to the month. Today's May 32nd? Yeah, for sure. It's June 2nd, bro. I just assumed because it was Monday, the month was going to start on Monday. But, you know, they went ahead and confused me already. Meritrocity, what's up, man? Canada's a whole day behind. Yeah, my brain is a whole day behind, bro. It's funny. I'm paying attention to when the month starts and begins, but I'm honestly not, you know. I guess I'm not locked in to bring that on the live stream. Hold on, let me change the music. I did do leg day today, but it wasn't my favorite leg day. I'm not gonna lie. Most of the machines I wanted to use were booked up, which I hate, bro. There's not much in my gym, so I'll see something that I want, like the leg press. There's only one leg press, so I try to change the workout and then come back to it, and somebody else is on it. This one girl was doing like 8 sets on the leg press. I did lunges, like Bulgarian lunges with a bar on my back. War Turtle with 10 to start Monday. Holy shit. War Turtle, you go. Thank you so much, man. Captain Craig. Scott's. 8GX Boss. Captain Neatus. Joey. Cynical. Sonic Dad. Chulwig. Two-Bone. And McDults, I think. Welcome, guys. Natasha, hello. Happy Monday. Let's freaking go. War Turtle, I appreciate you so much, man. Hope you're doing well. Haven't caught up in a while. No, I did leg workouts. I just didn't do any of the things I wanted to do. I didn't feel like doing standard squats today. I wanted to do leg press today, and I wanted to do leg press superset with calves because the calf machine is right beside it. They were both booked, like when I wanted to use them, so I did other things. And then, I don't know. I didn't work as hard as I could have worked today. But we went to the gym. Consistency is key, right? We still went, still did things. Why does this season have so much more drama and roster changes? Don't remember so many changes happening after each land turning before. You can blame Forble. That bastard. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. We have one team that appears to be dominating in the first half of the year, right? Optic coming out with 2 tournaments back to back, and after the Rostermania that took place, and led to Optic being created. Safe to say that chemistry hasn't really worked out with every other team, right? SSG, they've had some chemistry issues. They're not hitting the level that they expect to hit. So they made a change. FaZe, despite the fact that they got second place, they don't really look like they can contest top 2. That's I think one fundamentally different thing about this year in comparison to the other Halo years is the fact that it has felt like we've had 2 teams on top more than anybody else. Cyclist, thank you for the follow. Although even SR at the moment, showing some inconsistency, getting top 4 instead of second, right? So I think just how well Optic is playing is encouraging other teams to make changes earlier than we've had to in previous years. Like SSG, for example, they did dominate majority of last year. They won, 4 out of 5 events, right? But they didn't win the first 2. They won 1 and they lost London. So the dynamic of whether or not they were the definitive best team was not 100% guaranteed yet until things got too busy. We happen to have a lull period right now. 2 months of no Halo tournaments, right? Scheduling wise, it kind of worked out for these teams to make a split. So there's a lot of variables, I think. Right? Once SSG started to look dominant, we just had back-to-back months of Halo. No good opportunity to make a large change. FaZe had a great roster. Wouldn't really make sense to swap Renegade, Frosty, Snakebite, and Royal 2, right? They seem like a top team. And Optic were consistently second place. I don't know. This year is a little bit different. Ridiculously drama-filled. Properly wild. Yeah, you got to also think about the fact that, we do have more orgs joining the esport, which is, inspiring. There's not a lot of opportunity to go around. There's not a lot of money to be made. And then what money that's available to us, I guess, in the form of the Pro League, we'll say, pros aren't exactly satisfied with the layout of things, right? We want to be making a certain amount of money for our time, Just when the Halo scene was just boring? No, you don't freaking... You guys love this. Don't act like you don't like this. I think there's also been an increase in content creation. Live streaming, reactionary content, what I'm doing with the watch party with the scrims and with Maniac and and APG, right? There are more people in the community covering all of this stuff in a way that we weren't last year. But yeah, it all kind of started with the Rostermania that took place last year. Frosty ever have Shopify? Wait, what? Frame? Hold on. Shopify frame on his face cam? Because it's not there now? I'm not sure. Drama? Frosty leaving Shopify? No way. Ah, come on. I don't think he ever did. And even if he did take it off, Frosty's not going anywhere. So don't let that confuse you. Wait. Do I have his? Yeah, this is his stream. I don't think he ever had a Shopify frame on his face cam. I'll be honest. I got a new haircut. Not really, no. Unless you count like 2 weeks ago. Do you? What's up, Miller? Welcome. Who wins? Darth Maul versus Deadpool. 1v1 for 1 hour. Deadpool. Automatically, because he just keeps coming back to life, no? Isn't that just like cheat codes? Does Darth Maul... Chat was telling me that Darth Maul comes back from his death later in Star Wars or something like that. Separate from the movies. I don't know Star Wars lore. But he ain't like Deadpool, that's for sure. Oh boy, what's up, man? We're kind of just getting situated. We're trickling in here still. This is Frosty's gameplay on screen. We'll talk about LVT today. You're going to talk about the rosters today. APG said he had new intel on his stream, so maybe somebody in chat can give me whatever that update is, and we can add it to the tally, right? I just want to put all the rosters in front of us, and then maybe clip, you know, like a 2-minute clip. This is what the teams look like right now, you know? Frosty playing with his favorite player in the whole wide world, Eco. Okay. Yeah, he got split in half and sent down like who knows where. Rao Chris, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Let's go. Claims Mental's the only one left on Complexity. Yeah, no, APG said that Mental has the keys to Complexity now, not Sparty. Yeah. Which honestly, I'm not super surprised about. I think Sparty is a vet, and he's in a position to make some good leadership decisions for the team, but I also think, like, you know, he's a little bit more of an open book with some of his posts and whatnot. I think Mental might be a safer play. They're both in a similar, like, veteran position. I don't know. Mental, for the record, was, you know, he kind of had, I don't know if I want to say the keys to Shopify, but that was the impression that I got, that him and Bestman kind of formed that previous version of Shopify that placed within top 4 all year. So he's got a track record for it. Or does Ashes? I don't know. Does it matter? We're just here to eat it all up, man. Whatever they throw at us. It's Ashes, coach, director of talent for Complexity. He's the one. Never would the coach on his own, I think, make all the decisions. Unless, I guess, like, I don't know, a good coach would look for insights and feedback from his players, right? So it's never just one person's decision. You know, I guess, like I was saying, yeah, Bestman and Cycle were all that was left of Shopify. And I'm sure Bestman had a large part in selecting the roster that came up next, but Cycle has to vibe with it all, right? So, you know, it's between the players and the coach always. If Sparty dropped, I have no idea. So if APG dropped that tidbit of info, I'm not sure. Apparently Sparty was... No way, really? Is that what he was alluding to by saying that that he doesn't have the keys anymore? Or is he literally just saying... Here we go.
Bro, play the game. Play the game. Look that way. There you go.
He said Mental's the only one left in Complexity. Wow. Okay, well, that frees up a lot of space. Cherished and Sparty are gone. Wow. Yeah, I think I heard something that they didn't plan to pick up Cherished initially to begin with. Like, and it sort of just ended up that way. Is that true? I mean, I don't think they had planned to drop Huss and Precision, right? Sparty had mentioned that in his long tweet. He's in a hell simulation. Yeah, I saw that tweet from Sparty. That's actually a good point. That's another indication that he's no longer on Complexity right there. Jamie, what's up, man? Welcome. Sparty gone confirmed? Look, I'm not going to be the one to confirm it because it's not my place to do so, but if chat is saying APG said it, then I would trust APG as a source. Sparty's tweeted 3 a.m., said he's in a hell simulation. Yeah, we can pull up Sparty's tweet. Yeah, I don't know what that means for Spartan. I know that Omit are looking for a whole new team, right? Because all 4 members of Omit, I think, went their separate ways. So there is room, and there's an org we've heard that's looking to join the esport. People are speculating that it's Falcons, right? Sparty says, I'm in a hell simulation. Do you even like that? I don't know if I want to like the fact that he's in a hell simulation. I don't think I like that for him. Poor Shyway sitting on the sidelines, right, Nova? Who's picking me up? I'm down to game today in a couple hours. We've got no scrims to watch, so we talk about this, and then maybe we get some games in. It'd be cool to play with somebody. I'm thinking maybe I hit up Descendant or something like that. Things change in the scene quickly. No, don't expect any other significant changes. I'd be very surprised to see any other large roster changes once this is all solidified. This, I'm just going to go ahead and call it now. This is the last Rostermania of the year. So enjoy it while it lasts. We normally don't even have a second one like this, right? Or we'll get another Rostermania after Worlds, right? Until after Worlds, I don't expect any more Rostermania after this chaos. Because timing-wise, I don't know. I just think unless it's like under, it would be like under top 8. If there's anything going on, it'd be like under top 6, under top 8. Because the gap between tournaments, once we hit August, is like a month at best. And then the LVT Pro League, I assume, is going to be happening around that time too. Any idea when Scrim startup? We don't have like a set date, but I'm going to keep tabs on it. And I don't care who it is. Doesn't have to be Optic. It could be freaking Ether and Gen G, bro. Like, I don't know. I'm down to watch any high tier scrims. I expect it to start happening later this week. Is there something this weekend? Is there an open this weekend, or is that 2 weeks from now? You're gonna start an org. Down only requirement is to be 30 or older. Start to own your own org, bro. Nah, you gotta have some more requirements.
You scoped in on me first. I'll do that.
If that's the case, then you could take like half of the Halo community and drop them in there, because we're all freaking boomers at this point. Can I explain the drama in Halo terms? In Halo terms. I don't know, like everybody other than Optic and Shopify just got like 5-shotted, basically. Sent to the spawn screen. And they're rethinking their entire game plan. You know, for the rest of the game. There's no, regardless of what they do, there's probably no regain opportunity because Shopify Optic just dominated them so hard. I don't know. I'm not really. It's like, this is all fun, but are any of these teams going to beat Optic? I don't know. Now we'll see. Hurricane Piper calls all this? Yeah, essentially. I mean, you know, he didn't cause the, like, he caused the initial one that led to the second one, right? But at this point, it's really just up to the players. Like, whatever happened within SSG and them not gelling, that's their thing, you know? I think it's not even Optic directly as much as, like, they're just not playing at the level that they know they're capable of. There's a chemistry issue. They don't see the game the same way. And the community, you know, started to recognize that. I think Snakebite, and we're going to listen to Snakebite's thoughts on everything. Because he had brought up this point about, like, Stellar coming forward and talking to APG and how, you know, that, you know, obviously he's very respectful, but maybe wasn't the greatest idea, which I agreed with. Like, just the fact that they started opening up and trying to speak to whatever the problem was that they were having just made it very clear that there was a problem. Like, we knew there was one, but once SSG starts trying to speak to it, then it gets complicated because then the whole community just dog piles on top of it, and then it just becomes your reality. Now there's a problem, you know? But eventually things had to be addressed.
4 fucking people on me. How?
Just play the ending of Halo 3 and each panel. Wait,
yeah.
Flying
Halo
is a
3
team
making
doing
us
something
fit.
different?
Everybody else is gonna
Each
go.
panel flying? Do I not even know the ending? All I know is wake me when you need me. Isn't that the ending?
Last one.
Optic can beat. Nobody beats Optic except themselves. But that's kind of what you could say about any team, right? Why do teams lose? It's because of themselves. I mean, they get beat by somebody better, but because something's not working within themselves. That's the real key. That's a life lesson. You should be beating yourself if you can on a regular basis. As long as you keep beating yourself, then you're unstoppable. Technically. Or it's so easy. That's deep, yeah. Every team falls apart because of their own issues. Right? Formal had a really interesting note that he brought. Oh my God, Frosty. Hitting faces. And he almost made a play on him. Takes to the sky with the repulse, man. Formal brought up a cool note about like Shopify. Or sorry, he was looking at the, not Shopify. He was looking at the SSG, Optic versus SSG, Game 5. And he said whatever they said in their comms in this moment was shit or like dog shit or something like that, right? Like, it's terrible. He was talking about when they had a huge lead in Slayer. And then he's like, yeah, whatever they were saying in their comms was just wrong, you know? Because that's why they fell apart. Something about the way they were communicating, the way they were working off each other in that moment when they were up 10 kills costed them their ability to stay up. Because they all have it in them. It was 29-19. Yeah, whatever it was they were saying in their comms. And I like how he took that perspective because he's like, you're kind of acknowledging the fact that like that team could have ran through Optic. Like Formal was saying, like if that was me, like he would have ran them down, right? He'd just be running at them. If that's how if you see Formal die like that, get 4-shotted, jumping out cafe ramp, right? Like I'm running that guy down, right? Like, so I think that's interesting that he took it from that perspective. Like SSG lost because there's something that they were doing wrong.
Matchmaking system sets the...
It's within their ability to beat Optic in that situation.
Yeah,
Obviously to C9 for who? I think we're still trying to figure that out. Unless APG has confirmed it. He said it was either Boo Boo or Lethal. So you guys can speculate on who you think deserves that more. Or deserves to get the boot. Schwankin. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. So do we start with LVT drama, guys? Formal had, or actually shout out to Brower. Brower did a really good job of taking Formal's conversation on the matter and clipping it together in a way that's really easy to digest. So I was thinking we listen to that and kind of just share any thoughts that come up as that happens. Germ, welcome, brother. How you doing? When's league play start? You mean the LVT Pro League? Cancel, bro. Ain't happening. I'm kidding. I don't know. If it's going to go according to what Formal wants, then it might not start until 2 weeks before it happens. Like the tournament happens in September, because it sounds like Formal just wants like 2 weeks of Pro League. That's the thing, is like I had agreed with Formal pretty much the entire video until his final recommendation on what he thinks it should be. And then I don't know. I'm not sure if that's because like obviously I want more Halo to watch. Who wouldn't?
Is it BR?
The protagonist. There's a few protagonists for different aspects of the game, for sure. He said like 2 weeks or a single month instead of 3. Yeah. And if that's the case, it'd be nice if we chose the month like as July or this. I mean even June. Like I want the least crazy month to be more dense with content, right? Because June, July is like kind of our lull period between events. So sooner rather than later, it'd be nice to see this Pro League, honestly. Money from LVT streams have to cover at least some of the tournaments. 4 weeks is reasonable. Do I think Optic... It helps Optic when they have a hard... Do I think... What do you mean? Sorry, what, Darkwolf? It helps Optic when they have a hard series? Yeah? What? Any form of good practice is good for the team? Take 15K out of the prize pool, do 3 opens over 6 weeks, and then do a 35K LAN. I do think something like that would be cool, because then you give opportunities to the players to earn money every time they play. I think that'd be a cool compromise. That's the real key, is that a compromise needs to be made here. What's the details of the Pro League? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to go through the details of absolutely everything, I think. But essentially, here, let's bring up the Broward thing.
Okay, chop.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, Pro League. What was their intention, right? It was supposed to be 3 months. That's what it's going to be. LVT Pro League was the initial plan is 3 months, and every team has to play each other over the course of 3 weeks. That's one split. Then they take a week off, and then they play over the course of 3 weeks. That's split 2. They take a week off, play for 3 weeks, split 3, they take a week off, something like that. And then we get to September, whereas the ultimate finale in like what, September 9th to 4 or so, in 11 to 14, something like that. During those 3 weeks, each team has to play 7 times, which would mean you play 2 times in 1 week, 2 times in another week, 3 times in the 3rd week, hypothetically speaking. Every matchup is a best of 7. So you'd play 7 best of 7s over the course of 3 weeks. What that would equate to is, I don't know, 14 hours, at least 14 hours maybe of their time, actual dedicated time. And you could do the math on how many matches they would actually have to play, whether they go all the way to 7. But the point being is it's a requirement, right? They'd be required to play over the 3 weeks at that set time, and that time would overlap with what the scrims that they're already doing. And they don't get paid. Yeah, so no money is given to the pros unless they win in the tournament, unless they place well in the tournament in the end, right? There's a 50K tournament in September in the end of it after they do all their playing. And assuming they come out in the top spot, I don't know how the prize pool is going to be divvied up, but let's say they get a maximum of like 5,000 each for all of their time, right? It's the issue of like being required to play at that interval and then having to do that as a supplement for your scrims, or to scrim on top of that. If you're combining the scrim plus the best of 7s together, then that's a lot. That's a big commitment. So, and it's not adequate practice as an alternative to scrimming. Like, yes, the tournament environment is good practice, but you're not going to play all the maps. And it's important that the pros play all the objective game types. They play 14 games to 16 games on average in every scrim that they play for their teams, right? So just requiring more of their time. And who profits the most off of it? Of course, LVT will succeed quite a bit with their viewership, with their ad revenue, with their spot, whatever they get from, the notoriety that they gain from the broadcast. And Formal recognizes that, so he's looking for what he thinks will be fair. So let's listen to his thoughts, and then we'll kind of we'll talk as it goes. I might kind of pause it and play it. Big shout out to Broward, who put this video together, did a really good job kind of compiling everything. I've heard it once earlier in the day, so I'll hear it again. Hopefully I've got some insight to provide that's not just me just kind of parroting what he's saying, because I do think a lot of what Formal said I agree with, until we get towards the end of the video, where I'm not sure. I think it's the compromise is the tricky part.
Yesterday, this was a clip from my stream of me going through the chat logs of LVT Halo, basically just shading me in the chat of APG stream. Okay, that's this clip.
Wait, can you full screen that or no?
I can, but it's 5 minutes long. I'm not watching it. It's really...
Wait, can we watch that first? What's that? So did he say that LVT Halo was like shading? So, okay, that's one thing that I've sort of heard. And I actually don't know the specific details. But if you are LVT in this situation, obviously, like, they deserve here. Like, can we find that clip? Is that on Reddit? They deserve support for all of the hard work that they've been doing in Halo. But like Optic and these top 4 teams, like, this is your main talent, right? So you want to be really kind of careful about how you're navigating conversations with these guys, because having positive relationships with them is like, it's everything for your success, right? So that's just kind of concerning. Like, hopefully they've learned something from that. Like, if they're saying anything, like, I can understand them being unhappy, and maybe it's just emotional reaction. I'm not really sure what they said. But yeah, just be careful there, right? Like, last thing you want is anybody from the top 4 teams, like, on your bad side. Pete, what's up, man? Haven't hopped in the stream for quite a while. Hope everything's going good. Halo scene going wild. Probably talked about numerous times, but do you think the rumored SSG roster is locked? Can SSG solidify themselves as a top 4 team again, considering? Yeah, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. Like, they're taking 2 members of FaZe that were solidified as a top 4 team coming into it. And SSG, I mean, maybe SSG isn't solidified because they placed top 8, but yeah, no, I think Renegade had a great point about this. All of the teams will be upgrading just off of this switch. Now, does that mean that they're going to start beating Optic and Shopify? I don't know, but I do think from a chemistry perspective, SSG and FaZe look like they're upgrading with their changes. So we'll wait and see. The day before and then the day after, LVT came to stream and they squashed the beef. Okay, so I don't know what specifically he said, but obviously, like, LVT not really happy about the fact. And I think one thing from LVT is they're getting kind of mixed messages is how they feel. Like, they've gone forward and expressed it to the coaches, and the coaches were excited. Let's just watch it.
Yeah. So let's see how people respond to this. Because I pretty much was saying it was weird and very unprofessional.
We sort of did that, Hardy,
of LVT to be doing this, especially
unless you have a 30-second summary of unless you have a 30-second summary of what specifically LVT was saying. Like, if that's spicy, let me see it. But let's just say he said something that Formal wasn't really cool with, right?
But it's 5 minutes long. I'm not watching it.
Not reacting in the way that
So let's see how people respond to this. Because I pretty much was saying it was weird and very unprofessional of LVT to be doing this, especially considering the fact that they want us to compete in their league. And it was just weird that during discussions, he's doing shit like this while he's trying to convince us to play in the thing that they want to happen. Anyways, run the tourney. If Hoppy doesn't want to be in it, who cares? Yeah, they should just do that. Seems like the core issue has been poor communication. This is why there's a players union in pro sports, to get everyone organized on the same page. Yeah, one thing too is that before LVT even came out with this format, they should have talked to pro players. They shouldn't have just came out with it and had our immediate reactions when it happened, because that's why they got reactions the way they did. They should have talked to us and made something that we all agreed upon and then announced it. Oh my God, this guy's back. Hold on. This guy's back.
And why wouldn't LVT do that, for the record? Because we don't want to try to play devil's advocate to everything, right? So if I'm putting myself in LVT's shoes, my assumption is that if they try to talk to pros before they get the ball rolling on things, that it would delay the process significantly, and they might find themselves being talked out of it entirely, right? Which I'm sure happens in some cases. Like, they have an idea. Like, what they did was they were very proactive. They're like, we're going to put this shit together, make it as finalized as possible, so that it's going to be a reality, right? Because they're probably worried about being delayed in their efforts to make this happen, and that you get just caught in litigation forever trying to figure out how we're going to do this pro league, you know? Versus they've got a plan, they set it up. But what Formal's saying is facts. Like, before they go out and they publicly announce it to the world and get everybody hyped up and excited about it, right? They do have to get a confirmation from the pros that this is the correct way to do things, because that's why we're in this issue. So I think it was good proactive work out of them to set all the foundational info up and like have it ready to go, but then they still have to get a sign off from the pros before they announce it.
Oh,
I've been looking for this guy. Yeah.
Had good intentions, the execution not a deal. Yeah.
I just got back into Pro Halo the last 2 months. The first 2 events were incredible. That's why it's so sad watching the pros have no sense of self-awareness for how the scene is hanging on by a thread. They're a snap of a Microsoft finger away from having no pro scene.
Facts.
Then an org fronts $50K to get a league going that could start something that lives on independently from or alongside HCS, and Formal and others just whine and cry instead of seeing it as an opportunity. So this guy's saying that
he's spitting, dude.
Halo's almost dead, which I agree with.
Yeah. But like Halo's always a Microsoft like snap away. Like that's just like I mean it always is. It's always even when it's like it's good.
There's nothing new. What is that noise? Okay, the thing about this is that he's suggesting that if the HCS does die, this league would have been the starting point for a brand new league where I guess Shopify and LVT run it, and that would be the new HCS. Sure, okay, that's possible. Sure. Still think it's brain dead, but this is possible. It's extremely selfish of Formal to have essentially nuked this when he's financially independent and on the back end of his career. You don't know if I'm
he said you're washed.
Hey, just give me a wash at the end of that too. I didn't nuke this. I just expressed criticism. I did not nuke this.
You are washed and old. Shut up.
I'm down to play this lane. I hope this league happens and Optic sits out and the Halo community can rally together to try and use this league to build something great. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I love this guy.
I've been in Halo community a long time. That will not happen.
I love D-Stills.
That is like positive as
It's just why you got to take everything you see on Reddit with like a hefty helping of salt, right, man? Like, my God, some of the comments on Reddit, like, oh, and the shade on Formal as well, man. Just saying he's like on the tail end of his career, back end of his career. My God. Okay, so what's the concern that these guys have here is that there's not much Halo content in the scene right now. We want the scene to thrive, right? That's fair. I get like his issue. We want to see our scene succeed. There's 50K down, an opportunity to watch the pros play. That's high tier content. Everybody wants that. Yeah, like they're, you know, and I think Formal sees that too. It's just about finding a balance, right? It's about finding a compromise that makes the most sense. We coming into this talked about like how much of their time is required.
I can't even hate on that part. But like, no one in the Halo community, we would not rally.
That might be adverb maker.
Like the counter, like the polar opposite of verb. Yeah, could be. I mean, I agree with the wash part, but
yeah, I didn't say no one should play it. I'd never said that no one should play this. Other teams will play if they want to. I don't care. Exactly. Halo as an esport does not have legs to stand on. Formal is a major part/leg of the esport, so I'm one of the legs.
Yeah, I think the hope out of somebody like D-Stills is that like Optic and Formal and all these players are willing to donate their time and their energy basically for the sake of Halo, right? This is like what we do with our live stream. It's like, you guys, I mean, no, we don't actually, but money doesn't matter, Halo matters. Okay, we're trying to give Halo an opportunity to leg to stand on. So Formal in his position, he's got money, he's good, he should be donating his time. That's like the big, I think, point that he's trying to drive home on. But look, let's say Formal does this though, it doesn't set a good precedent for him and his life going forward. It's like, oh, okay, all the pros are ecstatic about playing 300 matches or I don't know, whatever, for the promise of a chunk of a 50K prize pool, assuming they win. Then what else can happen as a result? I feel like the whole quality of our entire league kind of goes down, and more can just be kind of shoveled. You know what I mean? If you accept something that isn't a fair valuation for what you're, you know what I mean? Your time and who you are. Formal recognizes that he brings value to the scene, so his value is worth something. If he just gives that away out of the kindness of his heart, you know what I mean? It might seem nice in the short term, but I think in the long run, it doesn't benefit the Halo community either. We're just going to get an oversaturation of content. People are going to be throwing, small amounts of money out, expecting pros to do things. I don't know. You know what I mean? It might set a bit of a negative precedent for him and for everybody in these top positions going forward.
Self-awareness. I am aware of this. That's why I expressed my opinion about how bad I thought the league was, because I understand this and I am self-aware of it, so that they would listen. If Formal can't give his opinion about non-HCS league event without fear of the whole thing collapsing, then the issues are far bigger than the event itself. That's just crazy. He did not have to shut up. He should have used his leverage, being on Optic, to have behind-the-scenes discussion with LVT and those in charge to make this work best for everyone.
That's what LVT should have done. They should have gone out of their way to make sure that conversation was happening with him before this even took place.
That's the thing, is they didn't talk to us.
Yeah.
They just announced a format,
on LVT.
And then I reacted to said format.
Yeah.
The Cecil guys, this is even 25 minutes ago. This is fresh, bro. Guy's brain dead. He's this happened 20. I went downstairs and grabbed my food, and he was typing that in this Reddit.
He's making a thread right now.
Pros will be on their knees for half of this in December. Okay, that's another thing too. If they wanted to propose something like this, it should have been done in the off season, not in the middle of the season when teams are swapping around nonstop. It's the only
as off-season content. This would be incredible, right? This would be even with that specific prize pool, with nothing else going on in the scene, the pros might be down for it. They'd be a lot more receptive to it. But yeah, it's on top of the fact that this is it's getting in the way of other things that they need to do with their time to compete in $250,000 plus prize pools and other events, right? If they're not getting adequate practice in a full series because they have to give a chunk of their time to this, and then they don't do a full scrim, they don't do scrims, let's say, instead, because they're doing this on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't know. Or they can't have a work-life balance on their weekends or whatever,
Only mid-season Rostermania, and they said
but in off-season, this would be so sick. We would need something.
Pretty sure Formal said that he doesn't mind the tournament. It's the amount of time being streamed for LVT, which has nothing for the pros, playing who may not even win if they get knocked out. Yeah, pretty much. I would be down to go to the LAN, just like the case on LAN. My main thing was I thought that there was way too much time. I think format only really helps grow LVT's channel, make them a bunch of ad revenue, while players take a team like C9, right? They have a few streamers on their team. We might stream the tournaments, right? Now you got, let's say there's two people streaming from that team. They got 30 viewers and 60 viewers. LVT's got 2,200. Obviously, that doesn't help the players at all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, even though Boobadoo was streaming, LVT's going to make a lot of money that day. But say C9 does bad and then doesn't even get invited to the LAN, it's just 3 months of making them money, right? That was the initial format. That's kind of the whole thing that I...
That is actually a really interesting point on smaller stream, because there are a lot of pros in this scene who are streaming on a regular basis to less than 100 viewers, don't make very much money for putting their content, their work out there. I've had people get mad at me for watch partying some of those viewers in the scrims, right? We jump into different streams. I'll have one, I'll jump into 40 viewers. Let's say we're watching Breaking Shot POV or something like that. Breaking Shot, super talented player. Not many people know who he is. He doesn't stream very often. His stream is very, he doesn't put a lot of work into building the socials, and he might, right? So they're thinking I'm taking revenue that should be going partly to the player, as well. Right. But I guess my counterpoint to that is that I'm trying to do the best I can to bring an audience to these players by bringing value with my stream so that more people become fans of these players. It becomes an issue though, when it's a requirement for these players to play in that spotlight, right? You're taking their time. They have to play at these set intervals, and then all of that revenue, all that viewership goes to LVT. And that's money that, is maybe a compromise here. Some money needs to go to players every time they play, like you guys have recommended. instead of having a 50K prize pool at the end, you take some of the prize pool out and you have competitions where they can earn a small amount of money for every single competition. So you do a weekly set of tournaments, 3K each time or something, right? And then you have 35 or 30K for the final prize pool at the end.
I was like trying to get across is just that I under
3 months of Pro League would make Formal more money. He's looking out for the guys in the smaller stream. Yeah, it would make, I mean, Formal's going to make more money no matter what. You know what I mean? Like it would probably help him out in some way too. Yeah. But all of these other pros, definitely like a huge time sink for them. And they're going to make no money, right? So like if let's say you're a top 8 team that you're probably like got no chances of actually winning the tournament, you know, in that kind of perspective where like you're getting, I mean, who knows? You're trying to get as much experience as you can. So you're joining the Pro League, you're playing regular matches, but in the end of the day, you know, let's say Optic, Shopify, SSG FaZe, they win the top slots. Everybody else, what do they get? You know, for all of that time, like $0 essentially, right? Like all of that time given. If you know their personal streams are not going to gain much ad revenue.
Understand
if they
that
choose to stream at all.
Shopify isn't going to pay them, and they have to make some sort of money. But there's a line, right, where it's acceptable amount of time streamed. So I'm happy to cut to less games. Okay, yeah. So right now, the discussions going back and forth between players and LVT and teams in LVT is trying to get to that line where it's acceptable to let them stream the matches for an amount of time, but not to where once it goes over that line, where now it's only benefiting LVT. That's the line that you have to, like, what I think you should have done, LVT, is before.
Sorry, Hardy said when you highlight a smaller streamer, you're giving them free publicity and showcasing their skill. Whoever's complaining about that needs help. Yeah, no, I know. I had a long conversation with somebody about it. And like, look, I get it. Like, last thing I want to do is feel like I'm taking any sort of like rightfully earned revenue from a pro who's displaying their, you know what I mean? Like they put a lot of effort into building their own personal skill. They put it out for the world. It's like their artwork or something like that. Like, last thing I want to do is take from that. But my mindset that has always been, I bring a platform to these players and I break down some of the things that they're doing that are incredible, you know, that like would make you want to be a fan of them. So I'm hoping what I'm doing is just giving you exposure and you're gaining revenue from that. Like the mindset that we should all have as a community for stuff like this, unless somebody's like directly ripping your shit and like, you know what I mean? Like it's very blatant. Like it's this abundance mindset where, you know, like I'm giving this person an opportunity to get access to an audience that is like 10 to 20 to plus times their typical audience, right, in size. And if they, you know, and I'm going to speak favorably most of the time about them as well, right? And if they want access to that and the potential revenue that comes from that, that's there for them. You know, all they got to do is start to care about it, right? Like, I don't know. In the end of the day, it's like, you know, I don't know. When I see I see my own personal clips go on other people's YouTubes and whatnot. Like Broward has, I'm often on Broward's channel. That's freaking awesome. Like, I see that as such an amazing thing, personally. Like, I don't want any of the money that he gets from that. He puts time and effort into putting that together. Like, I can understand some websites, they kind of, like, just rip your content and throw it up there. But even if they did that, like, I still think that would benefit me in the end of the day. Because fundamentally, I'm confident that I'm doing something that's value-adding to the community and that I've got my own unique role here, and that's not going to go away. So if you want to take my content and upload it, and if you build an audience with my stuff, that's freaking amazing, because that's going to come back to me, right? That I'm confident in my ability to continue to bring value. Those viewers that you gain from me, they're going to come right back to me in the end, and we all thrive. Everybody benefits, right? It's like, now, if you're benefiting from my content, fucking awesome. You're benefiting, and I'm benefiting even more. If APG and Maniac are kicking, you know, doing an incredible watch party, and people are coming and watching them, that's amazing, because that means more people can now come to watch me too, right? If I build an audience, more people watch APG. I see my viewers in APG's chat and vice versa. Like, that's the mindset that we should have. Be confident in what you're putting out there, and all of this is just more abundance, right? Like, we're just killing it.
Before you guys even announce this, where it's acceptable to let them stream the matches for an amount of time, but not to where once it goes over that line, where now it's only benefiting LVT. That's the line that you have to, like, what I think you should have done, LVT, is before you guys even announce this format.
Not right now, brother.
You guys should have contacted the pro players, talked to them a little bit, maybe at the event, maybe at Arlington. This is probably in the works for a while. You could have talked to them and said, hey, we're thinking about doing this league thing. Shopify doesn't want to do like a case on LAN, so we're thinking about doing a little something different. We want to do, you know, something to build up the hype going into the LAN. There's a 50K prize pool at the end. It's going to be 6 in LA. What do you guys think we should do, or would you be okay with this format? And then once the pros, obviously that first format would have been like, that seems like a lot. Then you could have started cutting it down and having the discussions that you're having now, weeks ago, months ago, so that we don't get to this point where it feels like there's tension between the players and LVT. That's what I think you guys should have done. But now it's weird, and it feels like there's like hostility because you guys just kind of announced something. That's the problem. That I think would have stopped all of this. That's not the reality that we're in. We're in the reality where you just announced it. So
and once again, it's like, I guess, are they worried that if they do that, it's going to take too long for them to finalize something, and then they're going to get held up, and they won't? Because there's obviously a lot of excitement behind, like they have certain. There's an event coming up, right? DreamHack is going to hit, and they want to release this incredible announcement at DreamHack, and they're probably worried that if they talk to the pros, it's going to delay their announcement. So they just went ahead, and they're like, let's fucking roll it, because like they want to, I get it. I get the perspective from LVT. It's like, let's generate some hype by dropping it out here. But now we're in this awkward scenario where we didn't take the time to talk to the pros, and this would have been sick. Like if this conversation was happening in prep for the following year. So if this time last year, this conversation was happening so that all of the groundwork was like, it would take a long time. That's the issue, is you got to be patient, and then now when we're releasing it, it's been set in stone like a year in advance or something like that, then it would be perfect, but I get it.
Now there's a bunch of tweaks happening in real time.
I haven't heard
day by day. There's new stuff being added. The schedule's changing, right? Like day by day, there's like updates on the schedule, and you guys are talking back and forth still. Like nothing's finalized yet still, but you guys should have talked to players beforehand. And trust me, I understand, and I respect the amount of work that LVT has put in to just Halo as a whole. I understand that. Yeah, I made a mistake, but I did show all the coaches on Thursday at LAN and asked them to tell the players what is at stake as far as DH placing. Coaches were excited. Okay, I get that. I think coaches being excited and coaches telling their players, say, I guess the next day in the pro lounge or sending it in the group DM.
And obviously they're going to be excited. If you just tell coaches we're doing a pro league, without like going into all the specific details, nobody has and Formal's going to explain this. Yeah. Like then obviously they're going to be excited without
text, whatever it may have been. Those players are probably focusing on DreamHack regardless.
Yeah.
They're probably like, okay, that's cool. We'll talk about it after the event. I still don't think that's enough time. Yeah. I mean, I remember Jason mentioning it to us, but there was no mention of how it was going to go. I just heard there's a Shopify LAN in September if you guys want to play in it. And we're like, yeah, I'm down. What? LA? Oh, that's vibey. That was our response.
Right.
Oh, it's in LA. Yeah, we're down. But we didn't know anything about 3-month long thing, which we obviously would have been like, wait, what? So I respect what LVT has done just for Halo as a whole. The constant streams, the grassroots trainings. I saw 2v2s. I saw 4 chubs. I respect the hard work. I respect that you guys have grinded to get to where you are now. But I don't want you guys to step on your own legacy by doing this and making it seem like you guys are something that you're not, I don't know why I said legacy, but you know what I mean. Yeah, your rep. Yeah, brand. Yeah. A gigantic company tried doing something similar to this. MLG tried doing something similar to this.
This is a cool parallel
where every single pro player was pulled off of Twitch and put onto MLG.tv. And if you weren't playing it on MLG.tv, you could not stream or you would get reprimanded. You could not play in the MLG tournaments and the league, the pro league, if you weren't streaming on MLG.tv. We all know how that went. I'm not even sure if any of you guys even know what I'm talking about. If you were around back then, you remember MLG.tv, that was horrible. Horrible. It's kind of crazy to think about how Call of Duty could have been if they never got off of Twitch. Okay, you think ads are bad right now on Twitch? You should have seen MLG.tv back then. Unskippable ads. Subs, and I don't even think it mattered if you were subbed. Maybe it did.
I wasn't here for this. I don't know about you. Were you guys around for this? I'm sure you can confirm Formal's thoughts in it. I'm sure his chat's already doing it in this video, but I wasn't aware of this.
But dude, for the players, you were required to do like 10 minutes of ads per hour. It was like something insane where you kind of like felt bad, but like you had to do it. I think the only 2 people that it was good for was Nate and Seth, because they actually had like contracts with MLG.tv. I think they were cashing. It was probably worth for them. It was all bad, and I'm sure it was one of MLG's biggest regrets. I'm not going to say that's what LVT's trying to do, because they're not to that extent, but like it's down the same street. You know what I mean? They're just driving 2 different cars, but it's down the same street, and it just feels weird. Happy to do it the right way. Show me the way. Yeah, I mean, this is different energy than I was reading in Brad's chat yesterday, but that's fine. I understand. You were pissed. You guys were getting slandered on Reddit, Twitter. Like, I get it. There was some anger there. I understand. So I'll just take down on the chin. I don't give a to be honest. It's fine. But I'm gonna let you know right now, though, like reading that did make me feel kind of weird towards you guys. I just said I don't give a and then I followed up with that, so I guess I give a little. It was just weird seeing that, considering you messaged me like an hour and a half later, basically saying let's work this out. That was what like caught me off guard. That was what actually pissed me off yesterday. I was like, wait, I was just DMing this guy like an hour ago. What do you mean he's talking shit? And I don't want you to think that I hate you, LVT, like in your whole operation. because I respect it, bro. The grind paid off, right? The grind is paying off in real time for you guys. This is great. I mean, your chat's kind of AIDS, but that's the highest. I can live with that. Some weird energy in this chat. LVT is huge for Halo. We need to. Yeah, I'm not trying to cancel LVT. I think Halo needs LVT. I think a lot of stuff they do is good. Okay, so from what I've been told, Shopify does not want to do anything like the case online. They don't want to have 1 day pop up, 50K prize pool, throw their money for 1 day. I think they wanted something a little more interesting, a little more exciting. Which is why
no
the
freaking way.
That
is just good Halo.
So 3 months too long.
That is just damn good Halo. My God. Oh my God, Karma. 10 gifted. Holy shit. Give me a second, man. Let's listen to this still.
Is like
I appreciate you so
acceptable.
much.
And then how you have the LAN, right? Because that way LVT gets a little slice. The slice ain't too big where it's weird, and you're all like, you know, when you go to like a party, like you're a little kid, right? You go to a party, they're cutting the cake, and then your friend gets a slice double the size.
I love these
you're
analogies.
You're gonna feel a type of way about that, right? Let's all have the same slice. Like the way it was proposed before, LVT was cutting the cake and just giving out little slices to everyone. And like, here you go. I know you guys have to make some money to even have this be worth it for you guys to run production for this event. But I also know how much money Twitch makes. Whether or not you guys got to split it 8 ways, that's on you guys and your team to decide. I also know what kind of money that viewership makes, and I think you guys will be perfectly fine. I changed the format according to...
Wait, did he say, what, 2 weeks? Hold on.
Before, LVT was cutting the cake and just giving out little slices to everyone. And like, here you go. I know you guys have to make some money to even have this be worth it for you guys to run production for this event. But I also know how much money Twitch makes. Whether or not you guys got to split it 8 ways, that's on you guys and your team to decide. I also know what kind of money that viewership makes, and I think you guys will be perfectly fine. I changed the format according to your critique from your stream on Tuesday. It feels like
at the end, right?
He was upset that it was cut to 7 games per team, so it's frustrating getting mixed feedback from personalities. And okay.
Yeah, this is the confusing thing too. Is we're doing all of this on Twitch, and that's just kind of they're both DMing personally, and everybody sharing their thoughts on Twitch at this point. APG has had his recommendations on like what he thought might be fair, but that's obviously not what that might not be what Formal and Optic thinks. That might not be what like other you know what I mean? It's like this is tricky. So I think APG maybe gave some personal recommendations. Now Formal doesn't fully agree with that, and then he's going to express how like APG also has maybe different motives in mind.
First of all, Brad is mad because he wants to watch Party more. It's the same thing as you guys. What you just said, it'd be different. Instead of APG, you said Bound, and it's my teammate. You know what I'm saying? It's different than you giving an example of someone else who's doing the exact same thing as you guys when those matches would be streamed. We all want to see you play more? Okay. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Here, LVT, obviously. Okay, here we go. You guys would not want us to play more. What if I told you LVT can only stream the last 2 weeks and we played the whole 3 months? What if I told you that? You wouldn't do that, right? Because that's brain dead for you guys. The more we play, the more money it would be worth for you guys, APG, Maniac, and those are two of my best friends.
Right.
But I know it's the same. I'm agreeing with.
I mean, obviously the community benefits though too, right? All of us as viewers, like, and I benefit watch party in this, I'm sure as well, right? But like, I think Formal's thinking specifically about like, you know, yeah, APG, the watch parties are going to make money, LVT is going to make money, but the community likes the entertainment, the Halo, like what D Stills was saying, right? Like the point that he was getting at is that our Halo community needs content. We need legs to stand on. You know, can Formal throw a bone in that capacity? Because in the end, he's going to say, what, 2 weeks? With
the players, I have no problem with less matches. I said, as a player, I understand. I wanted the league to start later this month, best of 5s, and reduced matches. I just don't know why there's a rush on playing matches for something that is in September. Am I tweaking? We're in June. I don't like how long we're doing this for.
We're basically doing an APG stream right now.
I know, I don't like it. Let's wrap this up. LVT. Okay, the bottom line is that I think you guys should just talk to players beforehand. That's pretty much it. I think we could have avoided all of this mess if we just had you guys talk to the players before you announced it. Yeah, yes. I made a mistake by releasing a format that wasn't seen by the players. Okay, yeah, we're getting somewhere. Understandable. It happens. It's not a big deal. There's still so much time. Yeah, there you go. Bro, chat. Cool. They were giving me small water balls today. Look at this one. This one's like Pack-a-Punch, bro. It's so big. The biggest smart water I've ever seen, bro. They just have normal size here. I don't understand.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think I agree with everything Formal's saying as far as like we got to find a compromise, a fair compromise. I don't know if 2 weeks, if that's what he said, 2 weeks before the tournament actually happens, we do this pro league, and if that's enough, like I don't know, that kind of deflated me at the end. I feel like is there not some sort of a sweet spot where they play less, but overall there's like more, I don't know, there's just more content for the community, because the community could benefit from this in a big way too. I do like have that perspective as well. Not just the streamers, not just, you know, watch partiers. said anything that would, wait, what? He wasn't suggesting that? Oh, he just says like an example you're saying. Yeah, this whole thing could be and probably should have been a private conversation, but the reason that it's not is because it was publicly announced before the private conversations took place, right? So we're all just kind of reacting to it as it happens, and then here we are. So this has been, like a combination of like private dialogue and everybody's kind of initial reactions, and everybody's kind of chipping in and sharing what they think would be fair, I like the idea of taking chunks out of the prize pool and having little events like open tournaments that we have in the lead up to our, large scale events, right? And that way, like every time these pros play, there's a little incentive, there's some money down the line for it, and it would make those individual moments more exciting. But yeah, unless it's like 2 weeks of like action packed freaking dedicated pro series on a daily basis, you know what I mean? Monday to Friday, like I don't know what it would be, but like if we're cramming it into 2 weeks, I hope it's like satisfying, But it'd be nice. Like for me, I'm thinking this is the calmest moment that we'll have before the tournaments kick off in August. It would be nice if we could have a pro league through July or something like that. Like if we choose a month, I feel like now is the best time to have it. So I can understand like the pressure and the rush that LVT feel like they're in because they recognize that this is a low period in viewership, like a lull period between events. So they're probably trying to get this out and get it out quickly so they can capitalize and give us like high quality content in this one period. Should it need to take place throughout all 3 months? Because once the events get going, then we're pretty slammed, right? Like I think it's like 1 month between each event. We go, August, September, October, Worlds, right? So like we kind of don't need a pro league in between those events. It'd be nice if we somehow got it like now or July, all of July, let's say, and then take a big break and then the finale takes place in September. I know it's kind of weird, but like what makes sense, the most for the community? It'd be nice to have content like that right now. I don't know. Currently, how many teams won't see a cent of that prize pool? Yeah, I don't know. Like how are they going to divvy up 50,000? And if they somehow give everybody a chunk of 50,000, then like some players are making virtually nothing, basically. There's not a lot of good incentive. You could have like 3K, 2K tournaments and cut that out of the full prize pool just so there's something in play that makes it a little exciting and gives people some incentive to play. But it's not up to the fans of the big streamers watch party. There should be agreement between players and the tourney. That's correct. In the end of the day, all we can do is kind of speculate, share our own thoughts and hopes on how it might go. I think Formal's got a valid point in everything that he's saying. I don't know if I fully agree on the amount in the end, and that's just because of my own personal biases and want to see more of these guys play, and that's kind of, I'm sure the community's on board with that too. Is like 3 months, way too much. But in July, if we could like get some of this going in a month where I know we need it most, right? Where things are like maybe a little bit slow. Like obviously we're going to rev up before we get to August, but it'd be awesome. Because yeah, once we get to August, I feel like it's almost like redundant. We're going to go right back to scrims, right back to preparation for the next event because they're happening like 1 month, bam, 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 kind of. A 1 month league would be hype. Extended case on LAN. Yeah, lots of matches. Yes, I don't know, like I'm not saying like intensive, but like basically the schedule that they were on, but do for 1 month. And just be strategic about the month that we choose. And I guess now that June's already started, that's kind of off the table. But yeah. Only the pros yesterday in the meeting. It was a total. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, I get that. I guess I understand where LVT was coming from. They wanted to get something out there in a timely fashion and capitalize on the fact that it was DreamHack Dallas. So here we are. We're at a LAN. We know there's a gap. We're going to announce it. Because if you spend time talking to the pros about it, it's going to take a long time to get this out. They probably wouldn't see it happen till next year, So they probably wanted to speed up the process. If this conversation was taking place now in preparation, or if it took place last year, this time in preparation for now, that would have been some excellent foresight and planning. And it would have been ready to go. The pros would have been down for it. Everybody would have been, like, pros and the LVT would have been excited about the announcement. So a lot of good lessons, I think, learned here for sure. It does, like, depending on how this goes, it gets me excited about the potential of like off-season content and, what's to come next year or the years to follow with the next Halo game. Because we'll get this right eventually, right? Like, that's what I'm hoping at least. You think it'll still happen, or is it chalked? It'll still happen, but it's going to be way less than the 3 months is what it's looking like, right? Like maybe they can have one dedicated month of this, or maybe they do a series of individual tournaments or something in the lead up to the final event. Like, like 3-day tournament. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like a series of tournaments for money. They split the prize pool, or we do this pro league, but in a shorter time span. What did Lucid say? So Lucid has thoughts on Rostermania. That's a whole separate topic. I'm down to jump around and take a look at everything, kind of Sparty's recent comments. Complexity are like imploding, apparently. Snakebite had his video where he shared his thoughts and everything, and I thought that his conversation here was insightful. Do we want to listen to Snakebite first? What's the LVT drama? No, it's just that the pros and LVT we're not in agreement on, what the pro league should look like, the timing for things, the schedule of things. Formal didn't fully agree with it. He shared his thoughts. We just listened to that. I think we've done a pretty good job of that's done. And, there's nothing we can do. We can just wait and see. Team Snakebite. Yeah. Well, what I liked about this, I heard it the other day, taking a walk. This is kind of the gold standard, I think, for how you should react to. I mean, obviously, is it going to build a, like, we like the community likes drama. We like content, we like the spicy comments from Suppressed and Trippy and like all that.
This is the way.
But
this is the way.
I said, Quell, thank you for the follow, man.
This is the way.
I think Snakebite's way of reacting to these circumstances and how he communicated this is like something that you could, as a pro player, look up to. Like, this is kind of your gold standard. Yeah, this is a real professional, thoughtful way to approach it. It might not be the best for drama and
I'm just not going to play any music so that I can think, and also it's not too like loud and shit. How early did the issues start in the season? Right. Pretty quickly. I'd say pretty quickly. I'd say, we started playing and shit was pretty good and we were vibing and everything was all good. We had a really good scrim with Shopify. When we first started playing, it was early days and we had like a 9-6 scrim. And then pretty quickly after that, I think we just started overthinking the game and whatnot. And I think that's why we just went backwards a lot as a team. Which happens, it's okay. It is what it is. It's not anyone's fault. It's just, you said y'all weren't even a team. Yeah, I didn't really feel like it. It's just, I think that, especially towards the end, which is why I said I want to hold off on like speaking too much, because I want to make sure that like I'm not speaking off of emotion. But I think that like the reason I said that it didn't feel like we were a team is just because towards the end it just felt like we just really kind of gave up, so.
Yeah, and I think like it seems almost impossible to not overthink with the way that we had all talked about this as a community coming into Dallas. Like all of us were like, the community themselves are thinking like these guys are going to split up. It's a matter of time. Why aren't they already split up? Like that's the chat that we're having. I go live and they're like, why is SSG not split up? I'm like, bro, Dallas is next week. Like, what are you trying to, I don't know. So it's like, I can only imagine being in their shoes and hearing all that dialogue. Like once you try to open up and speak to it and then the flames start, you can't put them out.
Hey, thank you, Potential. Much love. Hey, thank you guys for all the subs, man. If I missed anything, I'm really sorry. Kenny, Reckless, much love, homies. Thank you guys. Psyched and you guys almost knocked Optic out, though. We should have, man. And I think the OG series was really the first series that it felt like we played like a team, and it kind of, we always had that. Like we had a lot of like up and down gameplay, whether it was scrims or tournaments or whatever. And I think like I never really lost faith in us fully as a team, even if it felt kind of like toxic to deal with, but like we had all the potential in the world. And from my perspective, when we were playing, like there were certainly moments against every team that it looked like we could be the best team in the game. But you got to want to do it together, and you got to trust each other, and have belief. And I think especially by the end, I just don't think we had that. And yeah. I think that's inevitably when those are factors for your team, I think you're going to see teams fail, and that's what we did. We failed. Thanks.
Damn. I mean, it is kind of crazy, like what he brought up with SSG. No other team, with Optic, no other team contested Optic like SSG contested Optic at Dallas, right? Like, despite all the inconsistency we saw at SSG, and they looked poor in pool play. Like, pool play was not ideal for them. I don't think any of the team contested optic like SSG did in that tournament. So it is sort of like a bittersweet. Like, they always had the potential, but that idea of belief, like the belief in each other and the fact that they didn't feel like a team, like
especially in the game 5, we failed.
You can't win with that mentality.
Zarners, thank you so much for the tier 1, homie. Explain map 5. What do you want to explain about it? Verb. Who is making everyone watch film?
Wanted PJ and Tommy to fit into the same playstyle as Legend and Bound, and Lucid said on stream he tried to play more forward, and there were situations they were on different pages. On stream today, is there like a clipped out video of him saying that, or something that you could provide me with, Hardy?
I think, B kind of like clarified it for people in APG's chat, I think it was. Why was the game reset? My game froze. Verb. It was like 37-41 or some shit like that. My game froze.
Yeah, I agree, Taco. Watch his VOD?
Sometimes he doesn't work out just how it is. Yeah, exactly.
Broward has a clip together version. I don't know if that's a better. I mean, it's 11 minutes.
The series was progress in my opinion, even though it meant 8th place. It was progress, but it wasn't, Courtney, because at the end of the day, like, we were always capable of playing that way. What's good, little Gators? We were always capable of playing that way. So it's progress in that it's showing how good we actually could play, that we could literally go toe to toe with people who just went back to tournaments. But when your team's not vibing and you don't trust each other and you're not agreeing on how to play the game and all the above, like, there was no world that we were going to like go to game 5 with them and we should have won game 5, and there's no world where we were gonna like actually come out of that with like a positive outlook, and I don't think we really needed to, because like it was going into the event, it was pretty. Like, going into the event, I kind of knew, like, something is going to change. And I kind of figured it was either going to be, we're going to make a team change and replace Tommy, or Tommy and I were going to be dropped, Just gut feeling of how this shit was going to go, yeah. Finished thoughts on who's making everyone...
Sounds good, Robert.
So Braden kind of, like, clarified it in APG's chat, but like he said, like, it was just a collective thing. The VOD shit is like kind of overblown, I suppose, because I guess of what Braden said, which is a whole separate thing of like going and saying that in the middle of trying to figure stuff out. I don't agree with it. I don't like really. I'm not like mad at him about that. Obviously, I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, I think it was just a collective thing. I mean, obviously Tommy and I are used to watching a lot of VOD, but I really try to buy into what they wanted to do, and like if it, after Arlington, it was like we need to watch less VOD. It's like, all right, cool, let's watch less VOD. No problem. I don't mind it. But I think that like at the end of the day, like even knowing their team last year, like they did watch VOD last year. But that's besides the point.
I don't know. I do like his measured way of kind of like addressing things here, though, with Stellar kind of bringing up this whole idea of VOD. Like that became that exploded, that dialogue in our community, this idea of like who's watching VOD, who's overthinking VOD. Is it Lucid, right? Everybody's like talking about whether or not Lucid's like overthinking VOD, just I don't know. Maybe not the most strategic play out of Stellar, but Snakebite doesn't hold that over Stellar by any means. Like just a good mature approach to it. But yeah, like once it became public discourse, like we just kind of take that and we run with it, and they got an overthinking problem, they got a VOD watching problem, like discuss this VOD in this stream.
We probably watch too much though. Okay. Like we probably watch too much, but at the end of the day, like we're
it's tricky. I mean, we talked about this already with this idea of like watching VOD can be valuable. It's like doing your homework, right? Like but depending on how you go about it, whether you're nitpicking certain plays, like how depending on how you and your team receives feedback, right? Like it can lead to the morale in the team being kind of compromised, right? And you could definitely overdo it, which is what we saw with SSG. It did seem like they, paralysis by analysis is kind of what was starting to happen with their gameplay.
Coming into a different team and different style, and like I just think the purpose of VOD, and you got to be careful with it, because I think the purpose of it is to make sure you get on the same
let
page
everyone go? No way.
And are understanding how each other want to play the game, and that was kind of in the beginning why I thought we should be watching a little bit of VOD, is because we need to actually fucking learn how to play together and learn these, like, and it's not, you know, this is a thing that we did talk about, which I fully agree with, is like not nitpicking every play and this and that, you know, or whatever the fuck. It's just like learning scenarios, like, hey, we're on live fire, you know, we're on live fire oddball or live fire hill. We have the hill half capped here. How the fuck we playing it? You know, because when we play a scrim game, some of us are turtling to the hill, some of us are running out, you know, we're not working together, you know, whatever the fuck. Mm-hmm. So those are moments that you, I think, can watch VOD or one thing that we started doing, which actually was really helpful, was going to a custom game together.
Thank you, man.
And just like talking about it, you know, rather than watching VOD, which is like equally.
Welcome, Sleep. Thank you, Karma. Yeah, I like that. I've been thinking about this with coaching too, is like looking at somebody's gameplay and then nitpicking certain things that go wrong in the micro of their play on every single life, and how like sometimes that can be helpful, but sometimes it can leave my student feeling like there's a lot that they're missing from their play. Like it ends up being, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't like motivate that person. And I think in a team sense, it's not motivating these players to continue improving if we're focusing too much on specific things that they're doing wrong versus like the scenario. Like I love that scenario that he painted of like, you get the hill capped, we're half capped. How are we playing it, right? In that situation, how do they lose it? How are they winning these situations? Looking at the situations that went well and why did they go well? Can we recreate that next time? Not just the ones that go poorly. Getting on a custom game and talking through the maps together, that's kind of interesting.
So those are moments that you, I think, can watch VOD or one thing that
you'd rewatch games you mess up, prefers watching the, yeah, exactly. So that Formal mentioned that too. Yeah, looking at scenarios that you succeeded and you played really well. What did you do here that made this so successful? And can we recreate that again in the future? So a balance. Yeah, for sure.
That we started doing, which actually was really helpful, was going to a custom game together and just like talking about it, you know, rather than watching VOD, which is like equally fair, you know. For me, like, right. I guess I learned maybe to not say like to watch film and just say like let's get on a custom game and like learn these scenarios together and just like walk on a map and talk it out, which I think was really beneficial. And like, yeah, I just learned that like it doesn't necessarily have to be done through VOD, you know. What do you think happened game 5 versus Optic? We just fucking choked, honestly. You know, Optic made some great plays. We also just choked.
I was thinking of uploading this on YouTube, but I did like sort of a offhand review of game 5, and we looked at the scenarios that SSG, I guess he said, choked on. Like when they had a 10 kill advantage, you know, how did it fall apart? Formal went through the game and talked through it as well, and I sort of like reacted to that. So I was thinking of maybe compiling them together where I have my personal review and then my thoughts on what Formal said that kind of confirms, you know, those specific things that went wrong. He had some unique insights on like, what were they saying in their comms, right? Like when they were up 10, whatever they were saying in their comms, like wasn't the right thing because they just didn't maintain any of the momentum that they created for themselves. Thank you, Bu. Yeah, I already have
some
it
of the main
recorded. I just
disagreements
have
on
to
how to play the
edit
game.
it.
You don't have to go into detail. I think like honestly,
editing is the frustrating part. I know that everybody's APG's been talking about this too. Is like getting an editor, right? Like Broward's killing it there. The hours that you go through where you clip everything out, compile it together, cut out all the ums and ahs, and make it flow.
Like, I just don't think we clicked. You know, I don't even think there were like crazy disagreements on it. This is just like what happens with teams. This is just what happens with teams, you know, overall, is that like when you start getting in your own head, like it's really tough to like snap out of it. Happened in my face team last year, you know, where it's like you have all the talent in the world and like going to this year and like everyone's playing great, you know, so it's just you have to click overall and just kind of like trust each other. And I think that over time we just lost that more and more. Hey, Space Station with the 5 months. Space Station, much love. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
They lost trust in each other. That's like a big thing, right? Like when things didn't work out and they started losing faith in each other and faith in the team, then there's no way they win.
Yeah, play styles. Yeah, so going into the not agreeing how to play thing, I think that like I just think that we just didn't really click. And like what started to happen was that we were super what's the word I'm looking for? Like we were super stressed out about feeling like we're not taking space or dealing damage enough, and whatever the fucking case is, which then led to a lot of like basic things, which is like holding setups and teamwork and talking to each other like in game. Like we started failing at basically so many aspects. Yeah, you forget to have fun. Oh, of course, yeah, 100%. So I don't think it was necessarily like we disagreed majorly on how to play the game. I just think that we were super in our own heads and not really acknowledging that that was actually probably the biggest issue, and then like just play the fucking game, And there's obviously some moments where we could talk about it, like as a team, of like, hey, like right here, like we should really be doing this, and the playing fast thing, I really like. I need to go win worlds and like make sure that like I'm somehow ban pace of play and fast and slow and all this shit, because it is the most brain dead way, excuse me for being harsh, of looking at the game. And it's funny because literally like when we joined SSG, we were talking about making our team. One of the things that we had talked about, like that Eco and Stellar had talked about with us, this is their perspective from last year, is that they were excited to actually be able to play both sides of the game and play different paces and whatever. Where like with their last team, they feel like they didn't necessarily have that. I think they actually did have it pretty well, but obviously some cases, like it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like sometimes when you're an aggressive player, sometimes you're too aggressive, and it can lead to a throw. When you're a passive player,
miss opportunities.
A more passive positioning player, sometimes you aren't fast when you aren't taking space and being fast when you should be, so right. It goes both ways.
Anyway, yeah, the fast and slow thing is an interesting dialogue. But even before that, like this idea of how does you and your team respond to adversity, I think is so interesting. And I think that's like part of the reason why Optic are so strong right now, right? Like we've seen Optic go to the lower bracket twice in tournament and make it all the way through. This is Snakebite speaking, Dr. Prof. He was talking about SSG and how they as a result of things not working out over time, they start to lose kind of faith and trust in each other, and certain things that they normally do very well, they start making mistakes on, like their general communication, in how they're holding their setups. Like little things start kind of falling apart that are, so fundamental and so natural in a circumstance when things are just going well and they're just flowing and you're just clicking as a team. Something with Optic is like Optic will show inconsistency, and they do that early in tournaments often. On Friday, Saturday, they're getting upset, or in pool play, they're getting upset, right? But it's the way that you and your team respond to adversity that like allows you to be a champion, right? Like something about Optic, they thrive under pressure, and they do an exceptional job, like revving up off one win and then gaining momentum and becoming an unstoppable force. And I think it has to do with not just like their play styles, but their personalities and how they mesh, and how nobody at any point like is in any disagreement with their, like, I think a perfect example is like Legend very often criticizes his teammates, right? He'll have something to say, he'll call them out, like, why are we lying to each other? Whatever that quote was, right? Like when Renegade shot a blind fire rocket into the back of the base and like nobody was there, but they respond to it in a way like in a respectful, like, I don't know, it revs them up. Like they understand and respect Legend and his opinion, and they just do better next time. It doesn't cripple them. It just builds them up somehow. So there's something about the way that these guys work from like, not just gameplay, but even personality standpoint that allows them to just thrive under pressure and thrive in adversity and continue to gain momentum when they get that one little win. Like it's so fun for them to win together. That's what it seems like. And like Formal, seems like he's having fun winning with these guys, right? Like, he was talking about oddball streets. They obviously this Optic team loves oddball streets. I swear to God, a year ago this time, Formal was saying the exact opposite thing about that game type. Like he didn't like oddball streets. Like didn't like the map, didn't like the game type. I wonder if that has something to do with like his team now and how well they play on that map. Because that map is just, obviously the sandbox was different too, but you just go to war on that map. It's like straight up bandit gunfights, like individual skill, individual outplays, and Optics, they thrive in that environment. And now he's excited. He's excited to get on those maps and play. I don't know. Something about their way they rev up, I think, is so important. Snakebite's comments on fast and slow. Halo, I agree with him. I think like what he's saying here is that like we're like oversimplifying these concepts, right? And I think that slow is obviously like a derogatory way to represent the way that certain players want to play, right? Like you could say like fast play style and structured, maybe is the word. Like there's a more structured, I don't know, methodical is the word, kind of approach to play where you don't take as many risks and you play specifically to your advantages and let the game come to you and fall in your hand. But in doing so, you might miss, opportunities to create chaos and to snowball the game in your favor, which is what these fast players, maniac playstyle players like Bound do exceptionally well. So having a balance of the two. SSG with Bound and Legend, they did play faster. I think that's pretty undeniable. They took more risks. They pushed out the map. They hesitated less, right? So I think every team needs to have a balance of both. Calling it slow, like as an overall way to express that is like oversimplifying it, and I think probably an unfair or derogatory way to like explain it. But yeah, like offensive, aggressive versus not necessarily defense, but maybe like structured or like they play, what is it? High probability type gameplay, or like, yeah, I don't know, when you're just playing to maintain advantage the whole way through, which I guess is what happened when it's tricky, right? Because even when you're playing fast, it's still like a structured and effective, a very effective way to play. But anyway.
But yeah, I think that we just overall were in our own heads and just didn't play the game.
A politically charged game? Wait, what? There's politics and I guess everything in life.
Do you agree with the criticism that being forced to team play was an issue? What do you mean by that, Crappy? Do you agree with the criticism that being forced to team play was an issue?
Respect Ryan's opinion, but I don't think he received it the same way as
Tried the new Splitgate? No, I have not.
You've got the right combination of players who are extremely talented and Formal sees and like knows and respects Legend's ability in the game. He knows he's one of the best players in the game. So Legend will share something that goes wrong. And also he's just correct too. Like I think often when Legend's pointing out a mistake that Optic is playing, it's not like a nitpicky mistake. He's backing up everything that he says, and it's something like that is actually meaningful, that he's pointing out. So I guess there's ways to react and call out your teammates for stuff that's maybe unhelpful and hyper. You know what I mean? Like I think the things that Legends chooses to point out is valuable, and also his ability clearly backs up what he says to the point where you're going to listen to the guy. Anyway. I should have chose the Broward version of this just because it's more condensed and a little bit more to the point. But I think, overall, really mature, kind of professional, measured response to it. And at one point early in this, he had said something like he wanted to be careful with how he spoke and not speak from a place of emotion, which I thought was like, good that he kind of came out and said that. Because I think a lot of what's been happening on Reddit with all of these, or not Reddit, but just in the community right now in Halo is like, Rostermania is going down. People are getting dropped and shaded, and something about like apparently on FaZe, even like Trippy and Lucid wanted to team together, and I guess maybe they wanted to drop Suppress. They didn't tell Suppress directly or something. They probably could have navigated that better. So we're all emotionally reacting to shit. Is what's happening, right? We're like, that's bullshit. Let me call this guy out, But like, anyway, I get it though. It's good content, and that's why you got people like APG who are doing such a good job breaking it all down as it happens. Keeping us up to date because people want the tea, right? Broward uploaded a new video right now? No way. He's that on his game? 9 minutes ago, Lucid reveals everything. SSG Drama. Okay, let's listen to Lucid now. Something like that. Yeah.
This is like, from my perspective, this
is Lucid's thoughts on SSG and the split. The speculation right now is Lucid's going to go to FaZe alongside Trippy, Snakebite, and Penguin, right?
The thing is like, from my perspective, there was very little, I guess that's just the way it goes. If people don't like you, they don't like you, and they don't want to say shit to you at all.
Yeah, I heard dumb.
Which doesn't make any sense, because it felt like we were getting along pretty fine. Felt like we were getting along fine. We just couldn't figure out how to play the game together. But then I guess like people just want to make the game, everything just weird. Just want to make it something that it's not. That's the only thing I can say. From my perspective, I felt like I was just trying myself to figure out what we needed to do. I also should have clarified that it wasn't just like H chats necessarily, but like just Discord DMs and that's what
as he matches Eco, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Like
no, Eco's not his team.
This is something that I didn't even really know.
The enemies are green. No. Eco and Stellar are on his team right now, right? They're playing together.
About either throughout. It was just something that I necessarily learned later on.
Wait, is this scrims? What the hell's going on? Is this lobby? I don't know. He's just got gameplay in front of him or something, right? This is a scrim lobby.
Messaging other players from other teams. Still just like applause. This is something that I didn't even really know about either.
Read the pinned comment. My bad. I edited this video so that you're watching an SSG scrim while he talks. I was about to say, yeah. Okay, we're watching SSG scrims as Lucid talks.
Throughout, it was just something that I necessarily learned later on about the frequency of it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say at the end of the day is like, I get on, I play the game with my team in scrims, try to talk over some stuff. I get the fuck off the game, and I'm not just messaging other people regularly about my own team. It just seems to be a common thread among not just previous roster, but just people in the league, I guess. Just love it.
Yeah, that is fair. And it's problematic, right? It's like if you are having conversations about your team and things going wrong to other people, like it's probably going to get out at some point. It's going to create problems down the line, you know? Like if you truly want to work through any sort of difficulties that you're having as a roster, you got to keep it within the roster, right? Because the moment somebody starts talking and word gets out, like it just creates a whole series of complications and speculation, and then it makes it impossible. Like I can't help but feel like the community plus SSG, like kind of we tore them apart together. You know, we just made it impossible for them to have chemistry. But yeah, once APG finds out, he'll say things too. Yeah, I mean, but it's not APG's fault. It's the pros and the fact that they're being open about it. We obviously benefit as a community, but I mean, if you truly want to be the best team in the world and you're experiencing issues with chemistry, unless you know that you don't even want to be on the team anymore, I guess. If you have any intention of working through it, you better keep it to yourself because once somebody talks, shit's just gonna fall apart.
I don't even think it was necessarily like a trying to replace me thing, but it's just like from what I learned, it's just like complaining, talking. That type of air about it. Even if you want to talk like or just complain to your team, and it shouldn't even be complaint, it's just like an open dialogue, which is maybe that's the reason why like me and PJ are just going to look over stuff and then say our piece about what we like specifics about what we think needs to be worked on, and that's just not what was gelling. But again, that's why like having all this discourse about whatever is I think pretty irrelevant. No matter what was said, will be said, like everyone wanted the team to work. Like that team would not have formed if we didn't want that team to work. And I think inherently we learned or felt early on, not necessarily learned because I feel like we learned it now at this point, but felt early on that like things just were not working. We don't know why they weren't working, but like there was just like clashing of gameplay and ideas that we didn't even really, and it wasn't even like harsh clashing either. It was just like passive clashing of like thinking things should go this way or go that way, left or right. Differences.
Do you guys not feel like we could sort of tell from the moment the team was formed that there seemed to be a clash just in like playstyles and people? Like, I don't know. I remember looking at this team on paper and being like, this is odd. Like, you've got a team comprised of world champions, so it should be great. But like their playstyles and the people I know they are, and yeah, like this is like a team of intellectuals who have plenty of IGL experience in their own right with Eco, Lucid, and Snakebite all getting together. They didn't seem to complement each other, right on first glance. So I think we all kind of saw it coming, right away. It's like
work out.
Sure, they're all accomplished.
It's just the inherent truth.
The moment
I
saw this roster, I'm like, I don't know.
And then you're gonna have just branching off
weird
effects of random talk afterwards to try to explain away what went wrong. Or came to you about those complaints? No, I'll tell you from the very beginning, a couple complaints was like, oh, you need to push this out, push that out. And we do some VOD review early on, like, yeah, okay, I see that. We'll push this out, push that out. I'd start doing it every single time. Like, any specific ideas or, like, whatever about doing something, like, I start doing. And that's that. maybe there was more, but
Yeah.
it seems like it was very infrequent about, or it definitely was infrequent about specific ideas. It was just a constant general complaint about like pace amongst our team, and that just, I gotta be honest, I think had nothing to do with anything. I think we were just making very poor plays as teammates for each other.
Yeah.
And that's why I said like the diagnosis of what was wrong with our gameplay had nothing to do with like constantly being fast. Like that, I'm telling you, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. But making poor plays as teammates for each other, right? Like people have been isolating Eco a lot in this dialogue because we're looking at his specific statistics and seeing like, oh, he's dying a lot, he's not getting many kills. But like, if they're like, it seems like the criticism that Lucid's being told or whatever is like, he needs to push this out, push that out. They got to play at a certain pace, right? Let's say that Eco and Stellar's default is to play at that pace, but Lucid and Snakebite's isn't. Then that could lead to Eco or Stellar or somebody dying a lot more than usual because they're making these certain high-pacing plays and expecting something from their team in response, right? So it's like, it's down to the team in the end of the day. Like, that's why it's so hard. Sure, we can look at certain individual 1v1s and say, like, Eco should have traded that, or, you know, he shouldn't have traded that, or he should have shit on this guy, or whatever, right? Like, sure, that happens. But ultimately, the team dynamic component of it is so important. Like, sometimes you'll see Lucid and he's got incredible stats, but that might just mean that, like, you know, he's picking up off certain opportunities that like are being created for him because Eco's going out there and dying. And like maybe what should have happened is that it shouldn't have looked like Eco shouldn't have died. Maybe he should have kept him alive. Maybe he's baiting. Like I don't fucking unintentionally, but like maybe he's out here baiting his team, getting tons of kills. Like I don't know the scenario, right?
Like we just
They have
really were
different
not
ideas.
good teammates for each other. Because there were plenty of times where we needed to play slow, we just needed to play our lives or hold a setup or just have each other's backs, and we just didn't. Plain and simple, we just didn't.
Right.
Whether it was going forward scenarios or standing still, like we just did not, for whatever reason, things were just not clicking in our brains for each other. I think the concepts were overcomplicated. Honestly, no. Like yes and no. I'm trying to think like the way to put it. It funnels back into the idea, and this is like why there can be so many like yeses and nos about like, you know, the VOD review thing. So the VOD review thing was like true, but also not, in terms of like we needed 2 VOD review. I'll be blunt, we needed 2 VOD review because we couldn't just play the game naturally together. We needed to
Lucid was the problem. We needed the VOD review, dog.
figure out
He was definitely the one pushing the VOD review. Now we got the confirmation. Here we go.
what we needed to do.
No, I'm kidding.
But we did reach a point of like, yo, we are actually doing too much VOD review. Because like things are just not working out like naturally, and so you run into like this weird dilemma of like not necessarily complicating the game, but like you have to figure out what you're doing wrong, and then try to just do different. Otherwise, like actual insanity. Like you run into just a situation where like you're doing the same things over and over and over again, and like nothing is working out, and like you're expecting different results doing the same. Like that is just not how things should be, nor like can they be. Plain and simple, they just can't be that way.
Why didn't the coach pick up on this? What did they do? Without a doubt, I'm sure Elamite picked up on and was aware of this. That doesn't mean that he can like, you know, navigate it or help guide them the right direction or know what to say or know what kind of vibes to put. Like, it's a difficult position for everybody to be in, right? Like, I don't know. I'm sure Elamite's a great coach. Like, there were moments when I listened to their listen-ins, though, and I felt like a little bit anxious listening to Elamite's calls. I don't know. Overall, the team, the vibes in their comms, it just wasn't, I don't know. Like, they speak very well. It's very easy to understand what they're saying. But the vibe in their comms didn't give me this, like, they didn't sound like they were winning in the same way that, you know, and obviously it'll change depending on how things are going, you know, like sometimes Shopify sounds incredible when they're on a roll. So anyway,
this is just my honest take. I feel like I understand the reality of the situation is that I think we were still all trying, but in terms of like how the whole situation is being presented with all these Twitch chat, like drama points, like my take is that it felt like EPJ were giving a lot in terms of like, we're just being told that the pace is wrong.
So I was just making a joke because he said we need the VOD review. So I was like, oh, clearly Lucid was. I was just
like,
joking.
We need it faster, blah 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 blah. Like I was giving my all and constantly in terms of like I think I'm doing the right thing by listening to what they're saying, and I think everyone still tried. Like Kevin and Braden still tried too, but I don't feel like they took what you were saying seriously.
D-Sour, let's go, brother.
That's what I meant whenever I said like early on the talk about pace was like pretty reasonable, and I could see it. Like, okay, yeah, I see it.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back because we're
still tried too, but I don't feel like they took what you were saying seriously. If I'm being up. That's what I meant whenever I said like early on the talk about pace was like pretty reasonable, and I could see it. Like, okay, yeah, I see it. Like, you're right. I'm being slow here. Like, I'm gonna speed it up. This is what I need to do in this situation. 100%. But then there's enough situations where like I say the same thing on the flip end to like anyone else. Like, yo, we need to just like stay alive here, or we need to stand still. We have the hill, we have the ball, whatever scenario could call for. Like, we just don't need to do anything. And then like those situations go completely sour too. Everything all in between just was not working out. It's just the lack of trust, the lack of like actual communication. That's why I said like I don't want to sit here and say like, oh, they never tried. I just don't think that's true. Like ultimately, like it can feel that way, but like I don't think that's necessarily true. Like that's why I believe everyone wanted the team to work out. It was so cool. I don't think so. I don't think we are cool, to be honest. I'll give you the slightest rundown of what actually happened in terms of like, I'm about the team. We're all about the team. I think so. I thought we were all about the team. Like, we're trying our hardest. Maybe we're not trying our best, but we're trying our hardest to make things work, is like where I think we found ourselves. And practice leading up into DreamHack just wasn't good, especially closer to the tournament. It just was not good, unfortunately. Like, it got worse. And so like, that's just like, unfortunately, an indicator of like where we're at. And show up to the tournament, get top 8. We lose the phase, we lose optic. We win the tournament. Really should have won optic. Blew it. I start like feeling out because I had a feeling like this just doesn't feel right. I don't know if I'm gonna get dropped, PJ's getting dropped. Like I don't know how things are gonna go. Exactly.
They all had that feeling, I'm sure.
But I know something's gonna happen or needs to happen. For everyone's sake. Like ultimately that's why I said it's like the teamwork aspect, the team aspect of chemistry and just vibing, gelling. Like for whatever reason, we're just so far off from the mark. So like something's gonna happen. Wait until after the tournament Sunday, just like any normal person does, and then you start asking around. Like, yo, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? Blah, blah, blah. And it's just like standard procedure stuff. But then like I see Braden saying that like people are on phase before the tournament even started. Like that just rubs me the wrong way. Let's be honest. It's like seeing that like out of all things, like I can just move past, but that's something that just is a complete attack on like character and just like actually disrespectful. And then people,
I mean, this is a fair response out of Lucid. Like, I think Stellar maybe didn't have the intention of like attacking his character when he said that, but I think what all of these players seem to have, like, and I'm sure they all had it in mind, was like, are we going to continue after this event? You know, like they felt, Snakebite felt that vibe, Lucid felt that vibe. I'm sure they all felt that, but the way that Stellar explained that by saying like, I think some people were on phase, you know, like in his head or whatever, like that's an attack on his work ethic and his character, 100%.
Something.
Yeah.
It's like seeing that, like out of all things, like I can just move past, but that's something that just is a complete attack on like character and just like actually disrespectful. And then people just start, like people are used to these types of talks anyway, but we're like used to the idea of like this is just how things end up going inevitably. And before anything's official, like everyone starts blowing up. Yeah. Like Suppress starts blowing up, talking to like everyone just in Twitch chats, like just fucking. It's like, okay, here we are.
Welcome to the internet, right? You say one thing, like, and you don't communicate it, you know, in the way that you may be. Because I don't know Stellar's intentions. I would assume he's a good intention person. They're all teammates together, but like, you know, depending on how you read it, and then that's just going to be taken a million different directions. Next thing you know, people are like, you know, we're calling out Lucid, or we're calling out anyway. It's tricky.
It's just how fucking bad, like. How bad of a spot Halo's in. Like,
isn't it ironic that a team of IGLs has communication issues?
We're so bored that this is just what we have to do, or feel like we have to do. Like, this is the only exciting thing going on. Oh yeah, so then I was gonna say too, the reason I immediately start feeling out about just leaving, not a single word was said in a group chat.
Thank you, Glash.
After Saturday. We get knocked out, you know, midday Saturday, and there is not a single word from any of my teammates at all. Like literally nothing. And then nothing Sunday, nothing all of Sunday at all. And I'm thinking in my brain, like, I know these guys are in the back end somewhere saying whatever they're saying or talking to whoever they're going to talk to. That's how it is from my perspective. Like, I already know something's going to happen. I'm just going to progress forward. Didn't think that about PJ though. That's the whole point. I didn't know. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, I knew our team situation was just scuffed. In what way, whether it meant me, whether it meant me and PJ, or what, I had no idea. I just knew something was going to happen. And like, I agree with it. I didn't know if like it was me getting dropped, PJ, me and PJ, like whatever. I was like, there probably should be a change. And the easiest way in my mind was like, I probably just need to leave. Like that was my thought. And that's why I said I waited until after the tournament was well over and then move forward from there. Didn't hear a single thing. Still haven't heard a single thing from anybody personally from Stellar Nico. And at this point, it was like, none of us have probably anything good to say to each other at the end of the day, I guess. Like, that's the way, that's the vibe that came off in terms of like how this turned out. Because I'll just tell you, just generally speaking, how this goes too is like, if you want to start up a team or do this or that, like obviously you have to talk to people and get the ball rolling. But before you know what's going to happen or have something like, I'm not going to just like explode what the current thing is just to say, F it, like you guys, like I'm leaving. Like you don't just do that. Like that's not how things work. But the ball rolled and instantly developed into this huge boulder instantly in terms of like how the conversations began into people just losing their minds and then just talk. Anything good come out of it? I mean, ultimately, like I said, like I thought the pace talk was like good early on. I never thought of myself as like some statue. Always feel like I just play the game like the game allows, typically. But sure, I could do a little bit more. And so I feel like I have been. I mean, I still got on the scrim. I don't think I really dreaded it. It was just like, because the problem with our team was like it felt like we could just hop off an 8-point. We still had plenty of moments, but you can't win off moments. Like you have to be a consistent force on the map as a team, and like that's just what we could not be for one another, unfortunately.
Damn, preach though. Man was going off for a second, but yeah, I mean, good. I think good overall thoughts out of Lucid. If they learned anything from it, it's just like what's missing from their play individually, maybe, right? Like. Lucid has had to make certain changes to the way that he plays, and hopefully he takes what he learned with him and can apply that in the future of his career. Maybe they learn about how to communicate better as a team and navigate some of this stuff. Maybe he's learned some lessons about, you know, or at least he's learned from what he's seeing his teammates do about, like, you know, you shouldn't talk about the issues that you're having as a team openly if you want your team to thrive, because it just gets out in the public and shit just spins and spins until, you know, there's nothing you could do about it. Amount of times I've heard IGL blows my mind. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of generalizations that people like to jump to, Druck, like fast and slow play style, or like he's an IGL or they're an IGL. Like basically everybody has to be able to kind of, you know, wear all the hats and do everything. But I think certain players lean certain directions. But these guys enjoy actually playing the game anymore. Hopefully they enjoy competing. They enjoy Halo, but I think more than that, it's the competition that makes Halo, you know, fulfilling for them. They're good at Halo. They probably, this might not be their favorite Halo, but it's the competition that they're truly passionate about, right? Broward's outro goes hard. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, interesting outlook from Lucid. I think fair. And like we said, like the moment we saw their team, there was just something that like didn't click from, it is not just too many IGLs or whatever together. But I don't know. I just got that vibe, you know, with the way that they like to play and the way that they carry themselves in like their play styles and the way they carry themselves as players. For some reason, I just got this feeling that it didn't mesh. The feeling that I get about New FaZe and New SSG is that both teams are upgrading. Like I think in ideology and like how they like to play the game, the general pace of play. I just feel like current FaZe is going to work so much better when you bring Lucid and Trippy back together. They already know each other very well. It's three-fourths of Optic with Snakebite. And Snakebite is very easy to get along with, very disciplined player. He's going to, you know, find a way to fit in the best he can with that roster and bring value to that roster. So I think like FaZe gets better. SSG, I mean, with Suppress and Falcated, very, not to just generalize and say fast players, but I think that what they're looking to accomplish on the map is exactly what Stellar and Eco are hoping from their teammates. So I think the chemistry there is going to vibe a little better. Whether or not they can emulate Legend and Bound to the degree that those two players did, I don't know. Maybe they'll bring their own unique thing to the table, but I do think both teams get better. I do think that maybe a bit of a rivalry has started. It isn't like I remember back when Formal split up the Optic team, Lucid's kind of response to it, like he wasn't happy, obviously, but didn't, you know, say too much. Like it was kind of cryptic on, you know, his thoughts on things versus this, where he's like, you know, I don't think the vibes are good. Like he kind of straight up said that and like pointed out what he thought was disrespectful. So, you know, Lucid standing on business, but it almost makes you forget about what happened with the Optic thing. Like this is the current now, you know? Yeah, it was way less than this as a comparison, right? Lucid's reaction was like, nah, like I think that was disrespectful, but you know, so I don't know. Sets up a rivalry, maybe, if we want to make it that way. That jump in front of tower. Somebody asked about this jump, right?
About the team is so cool. Like that's why I believe everyone wanted the team to work out.
This jump is actually kind of hard to do. It's at like the peak height of your crouch, and that ledge is tiny. And if you don't hit it perfectly, you'll either slip off or not hit it at all. So he missed it at one point. The only benefit to doing this jump is it hits you up to, or gets you to S4 at an off angle where they can't see you on S2. So if you do actually use it in like a really smart moment, then you can, in a very sneaky way, get it to S4 pretty quickly. There's a variety of ways to get there quickly, but I do think, yeah, in very specific scenarios, this jump can work, but you can see it's risky to go for. Not many pros ever go for it. Lucid specifically has been going for it. And he like, if you miss it, it almost costs you to the point where it's like not worth, right?
Everything all in between just was not working out. It's just the lack of.
You can get top mid with it too. Yeah, from that to straight to the top. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Trust, the lack of like actual communication.
Trippy has been the best player last 2 lands objectively based on fantasy points. So it will be interesting to, yeah, I do wonder like how that team looks without Formal, you know, and like, yeah, what their general play style will be like. I think that they probably complement each other nicely, having so much experience together. What will Trippy's role look like on that team, though? You know, is he kind of like sharing that spotlight that he had on FaZe, where it looked like he was kind of main Slayer focused? You know, at least the scoreboard seemed to reflect that. Or is he more support? Because I feel like with Formal on the team, Trippy, especially like in the last year, kind of leaned more towards a support role. On FaZe, he's looked like a freaking superstar in the playmaking that he's... I mean, he's always had the capacity for all of it, but I think it'll be interesting. Link I sent you in Discord. Is it the jump? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Put the VOD back on? JK don't? Wait, what? What's this in reference to? Put the VOD back on, JK don't. Did he say that in Lucid's chat? Where did he say that? Is that a hot take at a Stellar? Yeah, I think it kind of moves us into the dialogue of Rostermania a little bit, right? We should probably get an update on where we're at with all of the teams, because APG is like giving us brand new information. The teams are splitting up or something, right? We'll take what we know is confirmed and kind of just create the list here, right? Yeah, I mean, Stellar could be kind of trolling, could be like, you know, just baiting you guys a little bit. Reddit's been having a field day with Stellar, man. They're seen a lot of really, I don't know, some hot takes. Stellar on his villain arc now, maybe. Who's on complexity? Only mental is what it sounds like at the moment. Do I do it like that? Oops. Try to go in order. We got new cutouts. Ezra's in Collect stream after Collect lost 8s. In the most terrible way, run the VOD. Oh, that's fucking funny. Hey, let's go. Broward's killing it right now, man. I saw that I mean, the one that he just posted with Formal is getting a lot of viewers. Add the players' gamer tags on the bottom of their pictures. I mean, how do I do that, though? I'd have to, like, manually edit that in. It's like, if you don't know, are you even watching? If you're watching this video, you probably know who these guys are, you'd think, right? But yeah, fair point. I got the coach here, too. Let's just take the 4. I hear you, Clip. I don't know if Ether's going to make a change. I feel like any of the... I guess we do have a change coming in for Europe, right? Z10. Man. Halo 1 remake next year? I have no idea, but I saw Mint Blitz made a tweet saying that at the World Championship, at the Halo World Championship, there might be a big Halo announcement. Kind of like what they did last year, right? Last year, they rebranded the Halo Studios. They showed off the engine a little bit, or like the tech demo thing that they showed, right? What they were capable of. Do they actually have gameplay or like a proper announcement for us this World Championship? That'd be pretty exciting. Post what the guy sent me soon. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, then bruh. Wait. Can you message me or what? What do you mean post it? Are you talking about the next Halo? Spill the details, bro. I need to know. Are we eating good or what, bro? Do I even bother putting... I doubt Mind Free makes a change. Omit. I mean, I probably shouldn't put every team that just made it into pools. About the next Halo. Halo 4 remastered? I don't think you understand what clip. Wait, if you can you tell me and I won't tell anybody? I promise. I just want to. I'll just raise my eyebrows. No, there's no infamous. All right, we'll see if I'm missing somebody. I think I got like everybody pretty much. Just gotta go one at a time. All this for just like one cumulative clip for how the rosters look right now. We're going to swap them in a second. We'll swap them in a second. I'm not going to stop the music. Just if it's too loud, you guys can let me know. That's fine. Try to like move my camera or like flip it the other way, maybe. Bro. I think Formal goes unnoticed. Bound and Legend get a ton of hype, but those grand final games, Formal was doing massive numbers. He definitely doesn't go unnoticed. A lot of people were giving Formal MVP at Dallas. Metro with the $2. Thank you, brother. What's up? I'm doing good, man. Hope you're doing good, too. Welcome. Still waiting on the scrims to get started and whatnot. Check this. Okay, cool. You want me to not say anything? Thank you, Broward, for the intel. Just immediately reads it out loud to live stream. Title thumbnails are that clickbaity, kind of to the point. No, they're fine. What do you mean? Don't say anything? Aww. That's no fun. I guess we'll see. I hope whatever they release is good, man. I don't care what it is, you know? Like, I don't care if it's the next Halo game or if it's Halo CE remastered. Like, as long as it's a good game. We already have a Halo CE remastered. It has to be like a full remake, not a remaster. How did the 5K Open go in the weekend? Half Optic TSM won it, right? Legend, Renegade, Druck, and Soul Snipe won it. I didn't watch the end of it. We got to watch one series. They beat Envy in the series we watched. And that was kind of like their main competition, I think. So once I saw that, I kind of knew. Speaking of which. Something like that, maybe? Nah.
This is the way. This is the way.
Joshua, thank you for the pop, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
Brower for Lucid's POV on Rostermania on SSG. Yeah, we literally just watched it. Slush, welcome in. Yeah, I mean, good takes out of Lucid. I don't disagree with anything he said. I hope they learned something valuable from it. I hope that, you know, Lucid could become a better player as a result. I think, like, you know, overall it was a team issue, but maybe certain limitations were exposed in their own gameplays, you know? Maybe they can learn something. As long as Halo 7 is not a Battle Royale centric or based, having that as an aspect of the game wouldn't hurt the game, though. But as long as they don't make that the focal point, yes, I agree with that. I don't really know where these guys go, but... I got no Nemesis on here. Snakebite have a team? He does. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, Ruffian. It's hard to find a balance. I've made some adjustments to the audio in my ears, so maybe I'm Don't say nothing. Howard says don't say nothing. Okay. I mean, somebody's gonna say what you said eventually, I assume, right? Like you said you're making a post about it or something? Blocking a decent chunk of the team names. I realize. I'm aware, guys. I wish there was a way I could reorganize this website and shift it myself, right? There's no way for me to, like... If I zoom it, it just makes it even more into the left side, right? I could do something like that, and then I'm backwards. You like this? Okay, so this is what we were looking at coming out of Dallas, right? These are the rosters everybody's aware of. Changes happened. Big changes. And if big changes happen at the top, everybody else, you know, it's a trickle-down effect, domino effect, right? We thought it was going to be a lot bigger than what it ended up being, right? So first, Lucid, and we'll just put them here right now. Snakebite, no longer an SSG. We also find out Suppressed. Falcated, no longer on FaZe. The initial roster we had heard was that FaZe was going to be Lucid, and they were going to poach Precision. That was the roster that came out initially. And I think that was something that was decided amongst the pros initially as well, for the record. I think that is true intel. It just, a change ended up happening. Now, if this was what actually happened, this would have been a huge deal. Not just in, like, obviously the roster looks great, but because then it leaves a hole on Envy. Who goes there? Where does Snakebite go? That was the big question. Does Snakebite go to Envy? And then if he goes there, does that put Snakebite like out of top 4? Is that a fair position for this, for, you know, Snakebite? It's freaking Snakebite. You know, he should be on a top team. I heard that he maybe flirted with the idea of retirement. I don't know if that was like a emotional reaction or what. What I heard that changed things up was that Envy doesn't want to give up Precision. And smart play out of Envy. I think Precision, obviously, talent right now. He put on a display at Dallas, popped off, had like most damage, kills on his team. I think overall, we know he's very talented at the game. So Envy are, you know, not giving him up unless they, you know, put down a high price, basically. And I think that benefits us in the end. The cool thing about Envy is they're a pretty new roster, and they have, all of them are achieving their success together, right? They broke into top 6 in this tournament. They followed up on their impressive scrim stats as well, which we weren't sure they would do. They were looking good in scrims. A lot of people called them onliners. They kind of came out, they did their thing on LAN, and now I'm kind of a fan, right? Like, they look like they got a lot of potential together, good chemistry together. Can they keep revving up with that? So I kind of wanted them to stay there the way they are, you know, just because they're brand new. I don't want to see what they're capable of. Envy doesn't want to give up the star power and, you know, that potential they want. I think they see Precision maybe becoming that superstar talent or player on their team. Snakebite now goes to FaZe. I like the look of this new FaZe team. This is what's happening now. And then Suppressed, Falcated over to SSG. So in the end, what we get is a perfect trade, basically. I think this benefits both teams. Like, a lot of people have been asking me, who's better now? Is SSG better than FaZe? FaZe better than SSG? Like, obviously, I don't freaking know. I think both teams look excellent on paper. Chemistry-wise, this makes sense to me. You're bringing Lucid and Trippy back together. Trippy's look incredible this year in the lead up to this this whole Rostermania, right? With this new FaZe roster, Trippy has had this glow up. Obviously, he's always been talented, but he's definitely been in the spotlight quite a bit. Penguin, incredibly consistent. The guy's never placed outside of top 3. He's an asset to every roster. And Snakebite, I think, very versatile player. I think he's going to, you know, work really well with this team. The question mark, though, is he like replacing Formal? I guess this is Optic without Formal, right? We've seen this team together before. Snakebite, the only new addition. How is he going to fit in? How will the role, like, what will the roles look like? Because Snakebite is obviously a bit of a different player than Formal. He provides something different for the roster than Formal does. So big question mark here. Does this set up maybe like a vengeance, or, you know, like, I don't know, any sort of rivalry where like old Optic can maybe beat Formal? Is that what we're looking at here? You know, it's like where they can kind of show that they have what it took to be the winners. I don't know. Formal's already kind of proven his point by doing what he did with this Optic team and winning twice in a row. SSG, on the other hand, like, we've talked about a lot of issues with SSG's pace of play. They're not playing together. The chemistry's not working out. From a team perspective, it was very felt amongst the community. A change needed to be made. I think this new SSG team looks a lot better for them and their chemistry and what they're looking to accomplish. Like, Suppressed, Falcated, you know, very aggressive in their play style, and not like as, like, you know what I mean? Not that, I know we've been throwing around the term IGL and one, you know, clear leader for a roster, but I think it really does kind of like, you know, delineate the roles in a way that makes sense. Like Eco and Stellar, and the way that they want to play, it's going to be received and brought forward by, you know, Suppressed and Falcated without too much dialogue, hopefully, needing to be had. Obviously, everybody's going to do reviews and whatnot of their own gameplay, but just makes more sense. I don't think we're going to see as much, you know, of a butting of heads between teammates. What they want accomplished, they're going to try to deliver. What Lucid and Trippy, or, you know, is Lucid the focal point as far as, like, I mean, they're all, you know, once again, it's like everybody's kind of communicating and coming up with the strategies and how they should play off of each other together. But does this free up Lucid to have the team play more in the way he wants to play, considering Trippy and Penguin, they know exactly how Lucid wants to play, right? There's no surprises there. So I don't know. It'll play to both of these teams' strengths better, and we'll see an excellent clash when they go head to head. So excellent. Now, the only thing is that it doesn't mean, it doesn't automatically create a domino effect for everybody else, right? Who's the IGL? That's what everybody wants to know. I don't know, man. Is there any true IGL in the end of the day? I think Lucid is obviously very opinionated. He has, you know, a way of playing that you know, I'm sure he's going to bring forward. He's an excellent communicator. So I do see him, you know, taking on more of a leadership role, and I'm sure Snakebite will compliment him in that. But Snakebite also excellent communicator. Like I don't know. I don't think that there is a definitive IGL necessarily, but Tommy's maybe more freed up, and we won't see the same clash that we might have seen with SSG, where you've got two different theories on how to play. Like Eco and Stellar have a theory on how to play. Lucid has a theory on how to play, and there were times where Lucid agreed, and he's like, yeah, okay, I got to play faster. I got to push that lane out. I got to pick up my pace. So he tried. You know, and then there was situations where he would say, okay, we should have just held the setup here. You know, we should have just we have the advantage, let him come to us, right? So that dialogue won't need to take place as often, I guess. I don't know. It's always going to happen in every team, but you'll see less butting heads on paper. TSM, I don't see these guys making a change. They're back together. They got good chemistry together. They made progress. The biggest question for them is can they find a way to play better on Sunday, right? Like I know Optic brought up a lot of different theories on like what it takes to kind of rev up and play your best on Sunday. You want to make sure you're getting your sleep, you know, not having too much fun, etc. Like I don't know if TSM is doing that. I'm just saying that's their real hurdle. They look good. Friday, Saturday, they look like a top team. Sunday, they fell apart. Nemesis, I don't think they're changing, but I've heard, obviously this all comes from APG pretty much, right? APG's getting all the info as it arises, but Gen G supposedly were trying to poach Woodham. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of teams are trying to like I could see SSG trying to poach Woodham. Why not? Like this guy's obviously very talented. He's going to bring a lot of intrigue to any team that he's a part of. Like he's that one M&K demon as well. Like he's just a treat. It's a treat to watch his POV. More people want to see him play. They want to see what he's capable of. He's a young player, seemingly endless potential, right? So apparently Gen G are looking to pick him up, but Nemesis shot it down. Like Precision, Woodham is an expensive player, and I like Nemesis sticking together, to be honest. Like unless Woodham was to go to SSG, like some top 4 roster where it's like a really big deal, or unless I guess they made something crazy on Gen G, like I'd rather they just keep Nemesis intact because this is like the European super team right now. And I like the org Nemesis and the work that they're doing on social media and whatnot. Like not having Woodham here would cripple this team. Like no matter who you replace this player with, it's going to be another European player. And sure, you can get like Mighty's, let's say. He's very talented. But it'll take some momentum out of this roster that already looked good. Though they do find themselves kind of at a wall as well, stuck in top 6. But yeah, Woodham expensive due to the distance. Yeah, the distance, I'm sure, due to his ability as a player, what he brings to the team. I'm not surprised that like Nemesis are also putting a high price tag on him. So I like this. It keeps Nemesis like Envy intact. You've got two teams with a lot of potential placing within top 6. Let me see what they're capable of. Let them cook a little longer. Cloud9, they're splitting up a little bit. What we've learned recently, I guess the reason that's happening is because two teams have kind of imploded. Was it Complexity has imploded? And Gen G, as per APG's updates, and I'm sure there's new ones coming in like right now or just an hour ago. But what we just heard, I believe yesterday, is obviously left the team to join Cloud9. We don't know who he's replacing on Cloud9, but the speculation, or I guess what APG has said, is that it's going to be Lethal or Boo Boo. You guys can, go ahead and take your pick. I don't know. Like I think obviously Boo Boo's been getting some flack recently. I'm not sure if you guys have seen not flack, but like what is it? Ashes who's the coach of Complexity, had some hot takes about Boo Boo and his gameplay, and just feels like Boo Boo's been underperforming. He's often negative. He's not, pulling off the stats that we've seen him capable of, and, kind of wondering whether or not he's on the chopping block. Maybe you could make that dialogue. Lethal, on the other hand, I think he brought something valuable to C9, even though they performed significantly worse. They got top 12 versus their top 6 placement. Like Lethal, often I found him to be a top damage dealer on the team, maybe a vocal leader. My only question with Lethal is if he isn't on C9, is he still competing? I know he's been eyeing the watch party with APG and Maniac. I think he'd be an excellent addition to the watch party. If he wanted to go retire and jump in and do that, he absolutely could. Zach, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. So maybe the question with Lethal, if he does get replaced, is like, is he still going to compete, or is he contemplating retirement too? I'm not sure, but I could see him doing content. I think the whole Halo community would like to see a little bit more of, Lethal streaming or Lethal appearing in watch parties and whatnot. But yeah, so Cloud9's making a change. It's going to be Boobo or Lethal. Gen G, apparently they imploded. Like a few days ago, I heard that Breaking Shot is no longer on the team and Common's no longer on the team. I'm kind of surprised they split, right? They placed top 8 twice in a row, but maybe they felt like they hit their ceiling as a team and they want to make changes. They've always seemed pretty solid. They despite their somewhat inconsistent scrim stats online, they bring their A game on land and they find their way into top 8. So I don't know, there's consistency that they've showcased there. And sometimes you wonder whether or not it makes more sense to just stick together and keep building what you're working with, you know, versus making a change. Like this could result in, you know, everything going very poorly for them and then falling down the standings potentially. But on top of the fact that like Breaking Shot, you know, in my opinion, you could say arguably the most talented individual player on the roster. Like he definitely a slayer, you know, definitely kind of like a focal point of the team. He's got a lot of potential, and curious, you know, I wonder, I mean, obviously I think the chemistry between Ryan Noob and King Nick probably is a big reason why they haven't split from each other. Tony, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome.
This is the way.
But kind of surprised that they chose to drop Breaking Shot, you know, considering I think he's a talent on the team here. I liked their comms though, you know, like they seemed like they had a good dialogue as a roster. They seemed like they kind of, despite losing, seemed motivated. They were working well off of Ryan Noob and his perspective. So it's kind of a shame that they split, but you know, maybe I think part of the reason why was because Gen G wanted Woodham, but they don't got Woodham now. So I don't know what Gen G's doing if they're just like completely splitting 4 ways. Complexity. So Sparty made a tweet recently. This isn't necessarily about, I mean, we got a whole variety of different dramas and whatnot going on in the community, right? A lot of things to have a take on. He's in a hell simulation right now. I guess it's the confirmation on him no longer being on Complexity. People have been saying, or I guess APG, you know, has been saying he at one point had the keys to Complexity and now he might not. Now it's Mental who is kind of, you know, dictating who should or shouldn't be on the team, I guess. Sparty had this tweet as well from June 1st. This is kind of a separate thing. I don't know if we want to read this now. Is he still in Complexity? It says he's still with the org, but like, look, okay, if he's not on the team, this is an update that's coming to me right now. I can't 100% confirm it. This is based on what chat's telling me, based on what they saw from APG. If Sparty's really leaving Complexity, he should go to Gen G. Yeah, if he does move, you've got vacancies. But Omit is no longer a team either. Like, I could throw all these guys in the cook section because all 3 of these teams have completely split. I think Omit went all 4 of their separate ways. So you've got the org Omit, who are still looking for a roster. You've got Gen G, assuming these are all split up. I don't know. I assume Ryan Noob and King Nick stay together. They're looking for a roster. And Complexity has Mental. We know that for sure. I heard that Cherished maybe wasn't the game plan. Like, having him on the team initially was not the plan. But they ended up having him on the team just because, you know, Rostermania circumstances. It was the best option that they had when things sort of fell apart in the previous Rostermania, I guess. I don't know. But he's not there now either, and I'm not sure where he's going. Don't personally see Woodham leaving Finland unless he gets an offer from a better team. Yeah, unless it's like SSG giving him an offer and they can afford to bring him over. And he's been on SSG before, right? Woodham, back when he competed in Splitgate, competed under SSG for Splitgate. So there is actually, he has a background and relationships there that, like, you know, made me think that was who was looking to poach Woodham. I was surprised to see it was Gen G. But yeah, unless Woodham has like a spot that kind of guarantees him a top 4 opportunity, like how Legend moved over, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? I'd rather he just stays Nemesis. Sparty's tweet, a little bit spicy, or kicks it off spicy. This is kind of separate from, this is just, I guess, to aid in the whole Rostermania situation, right? He's talking about Precision. He said Precision was one of the worst teammates I've ever had in terms of attitude, mental, and accountability. Nothing to do with individual skill or talent. I told him at the event he's one of the best players in the game, and I meant that. I did nothing but try to help him in and out of the game. I was blamed fully for his overall behavior and mentality after he was dropped, and that is insane to me, but it's whatever. Happy he found the motivation to play the game more than 2 hours a day and not just scrim, get off, and play Valorant all day. Damn. I don't know like too much about Precision, so I don't know how much I want to comment on this, but I feel like this isn't the first time that I've heard Precision has like an attitude issue, maybe. Have there been other people who have quoted this specifically? Like, there's no denying this guy's incredibly talented. Will that stunt his growth as a player if this doesn't get sorted, if this becomes a trend? Yeah. And I've seen tweets from him in the past that, like, where he flirts, he makes jokes about, I should compete in COD or I should compete elsewhere. Like, I've seen him make jokes on his Twitter in the past of, like, being 1 foot in Halo, 1 foot out, you know, where he's like, the opportunities suck here, the money sucks here. Is there anything in, like, can I get on gears? Can I get on? I can't read the specific tweet at the moment, but I've seen that out of him in the past. So that kind of like speaks to what he's saying regarding, you know, finding motivation to play more than 2 hours a day. And look, I get it. Halo's not in the greatest circumstances either. There's not a ton of money in his position. Now that he's on Envy, maybe his mindset is completely changed. Like he said, he's found the motivation. Watching Ryan Dupe streams, and he consistently had a bad attitude. Yeah, I wonder. Like, it'll catch up with him, you know, at some point. So hopefully, he's like, we want to see these guys thrive. There's no denying the guy's super individually talented. So, you know, I don't know enough to say much about it. Not going to knock his ability, but I have heard the attitude thing before, and I just hope that it gets solved. I know that he made a tweet. There are players in this scene who are talented. There have been players in the scene who, you know, very talented, but were held back, you know, let's say by their attitude, and they didn't get opportunities. And that was kind of the end of it, right? Precision didn't really have much to say to this, but he did respond to it, right? Which, I mean, like, what are we going to do? Air it out in the public? Like, I get it. He didn't, like, nothing for me to say or anyone nothing for me to say or anyone I need to explain myself to who doesn't already know me or my side of the story. I wish Complexity nothing but the best, and it's time to move on. I mean, that's fine. And shut down the drama for all of us. You know, we want to feed off the drama. It's not our issue, right? They can solve it privately or, you know, whether or not they need to. But all I'm saying is I'm noticing a bit of a trend here, and I do hope that he's aware of it. And I think for the sake of his own success, maybe something to think about. Maybe he didn't vibe with those guys. Maybe he has better chemistry with Envy. I don't know. What are we up to tonight? We're just kind of going through everything that we know regarding drama, regarding the LVT situation, Rostermania, etc. Mailman, welcome, man. How you doing? Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, Sparty, I don't think he wrote this poorly by any means. I think this is pretty even-tempered in the way that he wrote this out. But I'm also kind of not surprised that Mental has the keys for Complexity, because when you talk like this publicly, it's just it can be a liability, you know, for any organization. I like that Sparty's authentic though. Like, we need that in our community. So it's tricky, but it's like, if you want to be seen as a professional and to have, you know, like leadership opportunities working with orgs, you got to be really careful about what you say publicly, or else you limit those opportunities. Like, Mental, obviously very talented, very accomplished. We don't know much about him. He keeps to himself, right? And I think that makes it a pretty safe bet to say, like, okay, Mental, he worked with Shopify in the past, and that team was dedicated top 4 for the entire year. That's some pretty good accolades right there. Let's see what he can build, you know, with this new Complexity roster, assuming that's what happened, assuming Mental is the last guy standing on Complexity right now. I mean, I don't know. So he said Sparty has the keys to Complexity. Oh, so this is a quote from, Sparty has the keys to Complexity, and they need to stop building around him. Narrative is odd to me. If that was the case, Huss would never be replaced. Never wanted Huss dropped. I went to war with him on the team and was outvoted 3-1. Everyone agreed on Julian. Julian is, wait. Everyone agreed on Julian. Is that obviously? Who's Julian? Julian left. It was not just obviously. Okay, that's obviously for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was very clear Sparty and Huss were good friends. I don't know the full details of like what caused Huss and Precision to leave the team together, but I heard that maybe there was a disagreement between Huss and Precision, you know, or maybe the whole team felt like Huss needed to be dropped, and it was Sparty was the one guy who was really fighting for him. I don't know, but anyway, obviously, yeah, okay. Julian left, and was not dropped. He could be a little shit sometimes, but I love the kid, and I hope he keeps growing as a person and a player. No hard feelings or anything at all towards him leaving. I wish him success and hope he knows I'm here if he needs anything. Has obviously shined much of a light on why it was that he dropped. Like, he talked to APG yesterday. So, you know, once again, APG did a pretty good job of, he pulled him into the broadcast, got a conversation with him on Discord. If there's any highlights about like what he said, whether he got an opportunity and that's why he left, or he just felt like things weren't working with Complexity. Obviously, he's got a lot of time ahead of him to figure things out, right? He's arguably the youngest player right now at his level. They had 4 different play styles, I see. So they just, once again, it's like, you know, chemistry maybe not working out with this team. He didn't really feel like he would achieve what he wanted to achieve with the roster. He got an offer from C9? Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, I think he could do well in C9. But I don't know who's replacing, so. Doesn't Sparty always put up great stats? Yeah, no, Sparty's an excellent player. I do think he's like sort of streaky in that he can look like the best player in the game sometimes, and then sometimes he doesn't quite step up to, you know what I mean? Like everybody kind of has ebbs and flows. Like maybe you could say Sparty is like either popping off or the opposite, you know? He's either like, he's maybe like glass cannon type, like sometimes he's insane, sometimes he's not really showing up. Wasn't gonna say a word, but to be quite honest, I don't care what people think of me, and I never have. I think there was criticisms of Sparty in this tweet, and they came from this section of the tweet, right? People like kind of went in on him from this section of the tweet. What he's trying to say here, I get, right? Like he's just gonna do him. People are gonna be haters. Haters gonna hate. You know, I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and you know, not gonna worry about what you think about it. But like when you state it like this, that's what gets you. You know what I mean? Like, you got to kind of just don't even write this part. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care what you say, and I never have. That's just going to make people, it's going to rile people up. The only reason I'm saying something is because y'all are spinning some shit about me that's upsetting my fiance, and she'd like me to defend myself against the nonsense. Don't have much more to say. All I can add is that people want to keep pushing the weird narrative. The receipts are all in text. Okay, I get it. Yeah. This was probably not, I mean, the whole thing probably wasn't necessary. But I felt like everything he was saying was like fair-ish, but not necessary. And then when we read this part, this is what, yeah. All I can add is that people want to keep pushing a weird narrative. Yeah. Everyone have a good day. I'll be carrying on my merry way now. I don't know if he's like throwing his fiance under the bus, but yeah, probably could have like avoided that too. I trust what he's saying. A deposit. It was a long tweet. Can't say I don't care what people say about me. We're writing a long ass essay tweet. Yeah, it's like I don't care. Well, you can. You like he's trying to clarify. Like I'm just gonna say this regardless of what you guys respond, I guess. But yeah, like it doesn't fall on. It's not gonna get received positively when you state it like that. There's just no way it's gonna be received positively. You gotta find a way to like express that opinion. Everything's got to be so careful with the internet, man. Dav, you keep typing that, bro. Put beard. What about Beardly? You don't like beard? Do we really have to have the size? We gotta. Everybody's got that in their freaking stream. Might be cope, but I actually feel like Halo Esports is on the up. I agree, Blarb. I think we are. I think this year has been, despite the fact that Dallas and the viewership for Dallas, I don't think was that impressive. I'm kind of a queen, smirking about the drama. Gary, you call me out, bro? I'm literally just, it's like APG. I'm reporting, but I'm even, you know, I'm keeping it as professional as I can. You hate beards? Nothing personal? Wow. Yeah, no, despite the fact that this Dallas didn't have like record viewership by any means, I think that there's a lot more happening with Halo this year to be excited about. We got a new game on the horizon. Apparently there's going to be talks about it later in the year at the World Championship. We got the LVT Pro League. We have more, Rostermania and dynamics between players that we actively care about and we didn't care about in the previous years. Like all of a sudden, everybody kind of cares about who goes on what team. We're watching scrims, we're like keeping tabs on scrim scores and individual play styles and, who's slacking, who's dominating. I think like just our finger on the pulse of this is like, we're just way more locked in as a community right now, which is great. It feels like the community is closer knit, and it's more exciting to be a part of, which is sweet. Well, we're not necessarily growing in any large way. It sets a good precedent. It's going to be Snakebite to face. So I'm kind of talking through things, but what I'm going to do is just really quickly say, like, this is what we know so far. Does anybody have any updates from APG while he's live on Gen G complexity, omit, and finalizations here? Because all I know right now is Mental's going to make a team, which leaves a lot of vacancies. What we also are hearing, once again, as per APG, is that there's a new mystery org interested in joining the esport. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. That leaves an opening for new players. Genji is out, I think. Like the org is out of the esport, or they're just disbanding the team. No, so the hint that APG had given was that the org has won. They were represented at the Esports World Cup. They have won something before. There was something else that he gave. Omit owner said Barcode and Fire Kid, what, Ice Kid are joining them? No way. The team is done and Ryan and King Nick are stranded. So you're telling me Genji's out of the esport? If you understand correctly. As far as the complexity situation, do we want to look at this, the take from Ashes, and shine any light on that? Hold on. They aren't? I hope they're not out. What's up, Collect?
Back to the drawing board for Cloud9. Will be interesting to see what they do moving forward. Obviously,
I'm not gonna lie. Like this is. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna get me more flack, and now I'm gonna get trash talk.
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, you're already all in on it, so you might as well just add another team to the hater list.
Boo Boo looked like ass.
This is
Like
the way.
this whole
No
weekend,
sugarcoating.
He was some boo-boo.
Edgardo,
Like,
thank you for the follow.
This is the way.
No, it was bad, man. I don't know if you were watching the series. In fact,
I
I'm gonna
didn't
pull up
see
Data
that
Hive.
series.
I know stats aren't everything, but like at least the Cloud9 series, or the NB series Cloud9 had, he wasn't even on the map.
Kind of toxic, yeah.
Okay, so he didn't do too bad overall, I guess.
Mhm.
But I saw some series, man, where it was just like his whole team had double digits, and he had like 4 kills, 2 assists, and 15 deaths or something like that.
Jeez.
Oh,
It's
man.
like,
Brutal.
yeah, that's rough. But I don't know. And I can't. You know, we looked bad too, so at least they were in the upper bracket. But yeah, Envy, the truth.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously like a hot take. I think he's just trying to make a hot take for hot take's sake, right? Like there's been a dialogue in this community where we're too nice or something. There's not enough drama. There's not enough like spicy takes, basically. I've heard that from some people that, you know, we need to see more spicy takes. Somebody's got to just call a spade a spade. If you're shit, you're shit. You know, just like call them out because it creates dialogue and it's like good for content. I think that is Ash's objective here. Ashes is the coach of complexity. Most people probably don't know him too well, like unless you're really invested in the scene. He coached Optic for Gears, and they won all their championships alongside him, I believe. So he's got a lot of experience and background in esports. But as far as like being a member of the Halo community, not many people know who he is, and probably aren't going to vibe well with this, right? That's the tricky thing. Is like if you want to be somebody who's given hot takes like this
This is the way.
you got to be ready to back it up.
This is the way.
Paulie G, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
Back it up by being like a top tier pro player or caster who was a top tier, you know what I mean? Somebody who's like got a bit of a platform to fall back on where it makes more sense to do the take. Like I feel like Clutch is never this straightforward. I think this was just kind of, you know, maybe just took it too far, a little bit rude, right? Sometimes Clutch on the desk will do a little bit of that where he kind of calls a spade a spade. He'll drop a hot take, say like, you know, this guy's like not playing up to level or he missed this, whatever, but never quite like that, right? So there's a line, and I think he crossed the line maybe a little bit, but I don't think his intentions were negative here. I think he's just trying to, you know, boost the discussion and get there because they're doing this little podcast. I think they're just trying to, you know, have like a fiery take for the podcast so more people tune in and watch and talk about the situation, basically. But I don't know, like, is Boo Boo underperforming though? I think you could argue that like Boo Boo at one time was looked at as like a top player or top potential player. He's won 2 championships in Halo. I remember back in, so like he won a Halo 5 event. Maybe he's won more than 2. He won Reach in 2020. In that Reach event in 2020, he was like that guy. I remember casting and hosting that event, and the shit that he was doing with the jetpack on Sanctuary with the sniper, like the man was like running the map. You know, he was the talent. So I don't know. I think in Infinite, Boo Boo hasn't quite hit the career heights that he's hit in other games, and he's not an old player by any means. You know, he's come up with Shotzzy and these other young guns like at 18 in Halo 5. So still got plenty of career ahead of him. Is he split in his focus? I know he's running marathons. He's very fit. He looks great, right? Like, what's taking away from his ability to be a shining star in one of these teams? Because there's no reason why he shouldn't be. So I would say by the standard that I've set for Boo Boo, he's not quite performing at the level that he could. Makes me wonder if he's going to be the one that gets swapped out for C9 instead of maybe Lethal or whatever. I don't know. But we could still see more from him. If anything, I hope it's like a little motivation. Dude's definitely clip farming. I respect the hustle. Yeah. So I think some people are going to get like upset about that. I think, hopefully Ash has learned something about like, there's a way to do it. And especially like you guys said, like his team is also getting, complexity is getting dunked on. Like maybe if you're coaching a team that's winning in the league, you got more flexibility. You got to have a platform to fall back on. People know who you are. The community knows who you are. You can make takes like that and get away with it. And then you also want to back it up with results. And he doesn't have either at the moment. Not in Halo, at least. Everyone complain about teammates on ranked. That's pretty normal. I think I've seen him go on rants about he is the best player in the world, and if he had a chance, people listen to him, he would never lose. Who are you talking about? Sparty is a great example of... Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. All right, guys. We don't got to go in on that. What did Ash say? He just said Boo Boo is like Boo Boo Doo-Doo. He played like Ash. Something like straight up. That's what he said. No sugarcoating whatsoever. Okay, and also, sorry, Zero Tenacity. Change happening here. What I'm hearing is that Jimbo's no longer in the team. They might be replacing him with... Is it Bastos? I don't think this is a player on BH3. Which one is Bastos? Hold on. It is. Okay. Maybe Bastos. So we could see a change on the European side of things. Does that mean that Jimbo retires? I don't know. Jimbo at one point retired on Twitter and said he was going to be a coach. And then he took it back. He got an opportunity, deleted the tweet, jumped on his E10, right? So he's thought about it already. He had a really rough performance at DreamHack. I know he's capable of more. Kind of a shame to see him retire off of that performance because it was a rough one. But I get it if it happens. Crozen. There you go. Literally right as you said it. Yeah. BH3 stand for? I'm not sure. Who was the kid on APG stream? It was Obviously. Obviously's a relatively new competitor. He's 18 years old, just turned 18. He's on Complexity, and he's now moving to C9. Is the new intel. You might be hearing a lot more of Obviously. He's got plenty of time to cook. He's got talent. We'll see if he, gets into the conversation in the same way that some of these players like Legend or, some of your young guns who are very accomplished get in the combo. Cocky dude? Yeah, I mean, he's also probably cocky as well. Look, man, this is not new, right? Like, if you want to be a top competitor, and you see it in any sport, whether it's esports, whether it's real sports, like, these guys they're cocky, man. They know they got a talent for something, and you have to have a bit of delusional confidence to push yourself to be a top player to begin with. It benefits you, but you could die by it as well. It's a balancing act. Not every player is that way, or some players started out that way, especially the young guns, right? Young players tend to start out cocky. Maybe they get humbled. Maybe they become a little bit more mature down the line and find their way, or maybe they thrive on it. You got players who like Bound definitely has an ego, but he does it in a way that like makes him likable, So you got to find a way to be cocky and like back it up, or have an ego and like, not rub people the wrong way so that you get the opportunities that you want in the right teams. I don't think he's doing anything that's like canceling out his opportunities. He's going to Cloud9. So there's a line, right? All these guys have to have egos, delusional confidence to make moves to begin with a little bit. Stay humble. Yeah. I think Roy is one of my favorite examples of like being, all of the cockiness and the confidence is felt in his gameplay and his stare, his freaking, just the look that he gives. He's got that like piercing eye contact. But he's not like he's a professional in his communication, right? Like Roy is like incredibly professional. He stays humble, but you can feel the ego in his play, the way he plays, his accuracy. It's like having that balance, you know, where there's a ego, a confidence that fuels you, but it's internal. It's not external, right? Yeah, Bounce funny, right? He's likable. He's definitely got an ego. There's no denying that, but he's funny. No homo? Yeah. Nah, but Roy, have you seen Roy's eye contact? I wonder if there is any sort of like a connection between the intensity of one's eye contact and their aim in game. He's bold and confident. He's PR humble. That's the difference. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he seems to carry himself well inside and outside the game, you know. I don't know. Is there because your eye movement is half the battle when it comes to aiming, right? It's not just your thumbs and how you move your thumbs. Your eyes need to be good too. It's the coordination of both and how they work together in perfect unison that like makes somebody a deadly aimer. And I do wonder if his natural piercing gaze like benefited his aim skill.
This is the way.
Folky, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
His viewer is always the steadiest, bro. Yeah. Outside of that, no big changes, but this is all just a big mess. So if we summarize this super quickly, what we got is Optic obviously not changing. They're on top. All of this is happening to beat Optic, basically, or find something that works a little bit better, you know, gives these top teams competitive chances. Shopify, do not make any changes. They're not making any changes. Obviously, they showed a little bit of inconsistency dropping into top 4. But outside of that, I'd say, you know, generally an outlier. They've looked like the most confident team versus Optic more often than not. I still want to see what they're capable of. They just got to figure out how to bring their A game on Sunday in the same way that they do in the rest of the tournament and in their scrims. So keep them together. FaZe and SSG are making a full swap. Two players for 2 players. Lucid and Snakebite going over to FaZe in place of Suppressed and Falcated. Initially, it was going to be Precision. Looks like that ended up being shot down by Envy. Precision is staying on Envy. Envy staying intact. So I like it. We got new FaZe, Trippy, Penguin, Lucid, Snakebite. This team is going to be a fan favorite, hands down, right? Like, just a lot of star power on this roster. SSG, I don't know if they'll have the same fandom with this trade, and especially with all the drama, but I think the chemistry on this team is going to be locked in. They're going to be very fast on the map. I'm excited to see what they're capable of. And I feel like players like Falcated, for example, who was number 2 in KDA, I think in the entire Dallas tournament, are slept on often. So we got another opportunity for these players to continue to, you know, carry that spotlight and get some real wins. Hopefully. We'll see if any of these guys can contest Optic. TSM, no reason to make a change. I like this team. I like their chemistry together. They just got to figure out how to lock in on Sunday. Nemesis. People are trying to poach Woodham, but Nemesis doesn't want to give Woodham up. And unless it's a top 4 team that poaches Woodham, I don't want Woodham to leave. I like Nemesis. I like the brand. I like the socials. I like this org as far as being superstars in the European region. I want them to keep going, even though I feel like they've hit a wall. I don't know if they're going to be able to punch in a top 4 and beyond unless they do something crazy to surprise me. They've been stuck in top 6. Envy. I like this Envy team. This team is comprised of players who have never placed beyond top 8. They all accomplished top 6 together. Usually on a team, you see a combination of vets and young guns. This team is like what? Not necessarily all young guns necessarily, but a team that's just they're going to war and they're making things happen together without the vets involved. I like that a lot. Like obviously there's vets in a sense of Precision comes from a different esport, let's say. But as far as Halo's concerned, this idea of these guys like vibing together, making waves and backing up their scrim stats, it's good that they're staying together. I want to see what they can do. Cloud9 is making a change. Young gun, obviously. 18-year-old obviously is now left Complexity. He felt like the team didn't play together. They had different play styles. He's going to Cloud9. Who he's replacing, we don't know. It's going to be either Lethal or Boo Boo. That's a speculation according to APG. Gen.G has exploded. Cloud9 or Complexity and Omit all imploded. I believe they're all staying in the esport. Until something is said, I think they're all staying in the esport. Some people are speculating maybe Gen.G is going to leave. Initially, Gen.G had been split in half. Ryan Noob and King Nick were going to stay on the team. They had dropped off Breaking Shot in common. Now we're hearing that Ryan Noob and King Nick are floating, but they're staying together. Gen.G is clean slating this thing. Is it still Ryan and King Nick? I don't know, but chat and APG are telling me that, chat is telling me based on APG that Gen.G are no longer Ryan Noob and King Nick. They're just blank now. But they're staying in the esports, supposedly. Complexity. Mental is all that's left. Sparty just released his thoughts on Twitter. about how things are going. He doesn't have the keys to the roster anymore, unfortunately. I'm not sure where Sparty will land, but I think he's still looking to continue competing. It's going to be up to Mental to try to find the right composition of players to make Complexity the roster that, that they've been looking for all year. Complexity have been having a rough year. So that means no more Obviously, no more Cherished, who, if you remember, was previously TSM, joined on Complexity for the one tournament. Not sure on his background on the whole thing, but I guess no longer on the roster either. Mental has brought Shopify together in the past. Maybe he can bring a God Squad together as well. He's got a lot of options between all of these three teams that have split. Omit, they just split 4 ways. Apparently it was amicable. And I don't know if there's any duos sticking together, but I think they're all just kind of splitting, though I believe Omit wants to stay in the esports. So we got 3 blank spaces, basically. 0 is trading out Jimbo, who had an unfortunate performance at Dallas, for Bastos. That's the intel right now. I'm not sure if that's going to be confirmed. This is Bastos, who is a young, up-and-coming talent in Europe that not many people know. I don't know too well either, but I've heard favorable things about him. Maybe the team gets better with Bastos. Does Jimbo retire? He's flirted with the idea. I'm not sure if he will, but if he does, I can see him being an excellent coach. So maybe he ends up coaching Zero Tenacity or another high-tier team. It'd be unfortunate to see him go completely, right? Ether, I don't anticipate them changing. These are kind of the superstars of, let's say, the Mexico region. There is obviously SWAT LATAM. There's a few other teams in the region that have excellent players. But Ether, I think they just kind of underperformed at the LAN. Online, they were looking excellent. They were looking like they were going to do more damage on LAN, and it didn't quite solidify on when it came to play in the tournament. Mind Freak, not a very large scene. No reason to make any fundamental changes unless Barco wanted to join on this team, which I don't think is the case. They're not changing. BH3, they would be giving up Bastos. Other than that, I don't know, and I'm not sure if Jimbo would want to take a step down to a team like BH3. With all of the things that he's accomplished in Europe, he's in a tough position. So we got a lot of floaters. We've got Ryan New and King Nick, who are likely staying together. I'm not sure what the chemistry and dialogue is between Collect, Ezo, Huss, and Mortally. Collect was in the chat a second ago. I'm sure he's got ideas on who he wants to play with. I've got ideas on who he doesn't want to play with. I know he's been adamant about both of those things, but I have no idea where to anticipate him. Common, Breaking Shot, you've got some talent, some options there. Sparty, I could see him jumping on, just like how Ryan Noob made a team with Gen G, I could see Sparty doing the same thing. Could Sparty go back with this? This is United right here, right? Ryan Noob, King Nick, and Sparty, that their most successful results in Infinite were together. Despite all the drama and the dialogue and the past that these guys have had as players, their best accomplishments were together. Maybe there's an opportunity there once again. I'm not sure. But this is kind of where we're at. Right? So even trade for FaZe SSG, which I'm excited about. Renegade had mentioned that both teams are upgrading. I agree. I think both FaZe and SSG are upgrading in chemistry, and I think that'll benefit both these teams. Whether or not it means they're going to beat Shopify or Optic, no freaking idea. TSM, no change. Nemesis, no change. Envy, no change. Cloud9, Gen G, Complexity, Omit.
This is the way.
From 8 to 12 in that range.
This is the way.
Schmucknaside, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. So I guess Gen G would be top 8. Top 8 to top 12, we've got fluctuations everywhere. True Ravenclaw, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
This is the way.
We're going to wait and see. We'll get an update. Stay on tune with the APG show, right? For updates on what the heck is going on with top 8 to 16, right? Is Lethal sticking with this? Is he going to go over to the watch party? Is he retiring? Is he going to, who's being replaced, right? Either Boo Boo or Lethal for C9. What's Mental going to put together with the options that are available? Are there good options? Is there any hidden talent that's not on any of these teams? Young guns, Somebody maybe on Dark Inside, let's say, who broke into pools recently, or one of these teams in Open that look like they got a lot of potential. Could we see some new blood in the mix in place of one of these guys on the bottom, or is it just kind of a reconfiguration of what's here? But yeah, I don't think any of this is going to change. And I like how this looks. This is sweaty as hell. Optic and Shopify definitely kind of still separate themselves at the moment, unless we see something crazy. I can't wait to see Optic versus New FaZe, Optic versus New SSG, and all of the dynamic between top 4. But all of this is sweaty. FaZe, SSG, Nemesis, and Envy is I don't even know where to place these guys, right? If Envy keep getting better, this will be a threat to TSM and to everything above it. Nemesis, have they hit a wall, or do they still have something? What they do have, which is both a gift and a curse, is we don't scrim Nemesis. We don't get to see how they're improving and how they're playing until they show up, right? So it both hurts them and benefits them. There might be a surprise factor. Maybe they show up and, pop off. I think they struggle with a similar issue that TSM does, is that they slow down on Sunday. They don't look as good on Sunday as they do on Friday, Saturday. But I don't know. Ice Kid, yeah, and Looney and Ice Kid teaming with Envor and Super CC. Like, are those guys on the come up? Are they going to get a pickup, right? You got some cool young guns. But, like, are they nasty enough to justify being on, like, an option over these players already here? What's the chemistry between what's available right now, And is there a new org joining the sport as well, right? Adro. APG had hinted at a new org joining the esport, or interested in joining the esport. People are speculating that Falcons is the team. Just like Reddit commenters and, armchair experts, let's say, right? So Falcons is in COD right now. I don't know much about them as an esport org. Apparently they got deep pockets is what I'm hearing. I don't know. Any org that can support our players and represent themselves in Halo, freaking awesome, brings legitimacy to the esport. I'll take it, right? I'll take Falcons. 100 Thieves, not happening. For anybody who thinks it's 100 Thieves, I'd be insanely surprised, because what's their option, right? Like, if you're 100 Thieves coming into the esport, you want a top 4 team. Like, unless you're bumping Faces roster off or something like that, like, it doesn't make any sense right now. I think the objective and why these teams are joining is support Fortnite too. Yeah. This is all groundwork in preparation for the next Halo, which, might be coming sooner rather than later. I'm hoping we get something substantial announced by the end of the year. So we've got a timeline, maybe end of 2026, hopefully no later than, 2027 is a ways away, bro. But all these teams are basically just building a relationship with Halo Studios and getting their foot in the door at a low investment, because Halo right now, a little bit of a lower tier esport with potential to exponentially grow with the new Halo game and with partnership when the new game comes out, right? New game's going to have multiplayer. It's going to have esports. It's probably going to have team skins and all that. And I'm hoping to God that Halo Studios has learned all of the lessons from the development of Infinite and can address the demand in a timely fashion, right? Like, the supply's got to meet the demand, man. When's the new Halo? So apparently there could be a tease at the World Championship. So October. In a few days, we've got the Xbox Showcase, right? The 8th of June. 6 days from now, we got the Xbox Showcase coming up that we might react to on stream. And there's a chance something could be said. But what I'm understanding based on Mint Blitz and on Twitter right now is that if there's nothing said at the Showcase, there might be something said at Worlds. And it's happened before. That's where Halo Studios came out and showed what we know of the future of Halo. And the last time we got an update was last year Worlds. So I wouldn't put it by them. We could see something. I'd be excited to see it, man. It'd be a hell of a way to end the year. Should live stream if I ain't busy. Yeah. A Sunday, right? What's the 8th of December? Anyway, I might. I think I might be busy on the 7th on the Saturday, but we'll see. That does it, though. Apart from that, man, that's Rostermania. I don't think I missed anything at this point, right? Unless there's a new update I'm not aware of. All right, Raphael. Why is he denying the complexity team change with his title? His title. Yes, I'm still complexity. Don't ask. Oh. Yeah, good question. I don't know. Sparty's stream title says, yes, I'm still on complexity. Don't ask. I mean, he is on complexity until the org announces that he isn't. So, I mean, he's not wrong in saying that. It doesn't confirm, whether or not he's, doesn't confirm or deny whether he's on the team basically. Crazy how much teams switch around. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. It's got to be stressful for the orgs, like we saw a little bit about that, from Kason and his reaction. I'm like, you guys can't just keep and he knows because he's been in esports for a long time. that changes like this happen. But like if you're SSG, you just had a team, like a championship winning team that won 4 events in the past year, 3 of them back to back to back, right? And then you get Lucid and Snakebite. Like, sure, you're not a championship team anymore, but you get some star power. And now here you go, you're dropping those guys and you're picking up 2 new players that, you know, they're talented, but the public doesn't know them. Just for SSG, it just feels like
inside the same fucking map.
Can't help but feel like that's got to be kind of a stressful situation to be a part of. But what do you do? Like, if the pros don't want to play together, you got to respect it. Kinda, I guess, right? Or else maybe you chalk the vibes and their win potential anyway. Much as I hate to say it, I don't have faith Halo Studios will learn from their lessons, because they move the moves they've had in the past. Best indicator of their future is past behavior. I agree with that. I'd love to be wrong. Absolutely need to launch with Forge in a custom browser. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Okay. Well, without a doubt, like, I can't control what the higher-ups at Microsoft want. Like, everybody wants to make money. They want their game to be successful. That's undeniable, right? Like, I guarantee you Microsoft and Halo Studios did not intend on the game engine being built in the way that it was. Or, I mean, look, their methods of, you know, hiring contract workers, that's unfortunate. It could be worked on. But, like, I don't think they wanted what took place, you know? As far as, like, whether or not Halo Studios or, like, HCS is listening, like, it's very clear that the HCS team, like, teams within Halo, care about the franchise and want to make the right decisions and are listening. And I think the updates that we've seen to the game in the esport is a clear reflection of that, even though it takes a long time to do. Because we're on Unreal Engine, I'm optimistic. That's the only reason I'm optimistic. It's like, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of issues and things we're going to have to navigate, and cheating and all that. Like, that's always going to be a problem, probably. But hopefully not. But the fact that we're on Unreal gives the devs an opportunity to scale the game and meet the demand. And they can keep doing the contract worker. They can hire somebody from 6 months and fire them. I don't know the details, but, like, it's going to be way easier to find an employee who knows how to use Unreal effectively, you know, and can learn, like, be trained and be an asset to their team in a much shorter time span. That was a big issue with Infinite. The engine's, like, difficult to work with. It takes a very long time to train employees, and even when you do, it's like the whole process of developing for the game is just a long, arduous process. Did you guys see this, by the way? Saw this on my timeline. Speaking of cheating, this is a clip from Watsy on Twitter in theater. Some cheater in his lobby is one-shotting with the bandit, like killing everybody. Well, he's been around it, maybe, Kev. I don't know. Double kill. Triple kill. That was you, actually? No freaking way. Cancel this, man. Shit is loud. Has almost 0 development tools. Let's rehash our hate for 343 for the... Yeah, I mean, but look, I think criticism is warranted for the way that Halo has gone. But yeah, like, just blind hatred and toxicity obviously isn't going to get us to the right place any faster. This is insane, though, bro. What the fuck is this? 4-shotting? No, 5-shotting with 1 trigger pull. Yeah. You can hear all 5 shots hit, like, simultaneously. Insane, bro. Insane. The cheats are evolving at a pace faster than the game can keep up with, right? Like, faster than the gameplay evolves, the cheats are evolving. It's kind of crazy. That does it, though. For the next hour, I'm going to eat a banana. No, I'm going to, well, and play some Halo. Like everybody else. I know Formal's live. We got a few different people grinding, but I think it's just like matchmaking. If there's 8s or 2v2s, I'd be kind of down to watch party, like 8s or 2v2s. I agree, Gut. I don't understand it either. I don't know, man. People get satisfaction from ruining other people's days, basically. And that's a reflection of what they're going through in their personal lives, basically. Sign this man immediately. Why is this so low down? One second. Blarb, thank you, man. Just a black t-shirt.
Grab it. Behind you.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then come back. We're gonna play some Halo. A little bit of rank. The ranked torture begins. Oh yeah.
This is the part of the game where I'm trying a little bit. Read chat. There.
Am I good at puzzle games? I don't really play many, so I don't know. I think I have the ability to be good at it, but I don't.
Oh my!
Puzzle
Oh
games.
my fucking God, Sabri.
Fun to do it against bots. Maybe not ruin someone's day.
Oh my God.
Holy shit, crappy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get the appeal,
Did
but
you be cool with this?
it's just not worth going down that road. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yo, Shrek, you trying to team? What's going on there? Don't you ever?
Apply one.
I mean, brother, damn, he is so raw right now too. It's just raw damn. Just raw fucking damn, dude. Just insta beaver. Looking like fucking Bucky's. Nice week. Why? Why?
We can apply on one box.
Push, push.
That is just good Halo
Bro,
right
me and
there.
Shrek might
That
be
is just
37
damn
minutes.
good Halo. My God.
Respectfully. He's gotta be back. Yeah. I didn't hit on the small window. Look at the score, bro. I think a Falcon on land, bro. Oh shit! Spoke too soon.
All three back green, bro.
What's up? We finally in the stream, bro. Get that little king shit out of here. Little stream stuff, king. Let's go. Get that shit out of here, bro.
Shit.
Go continue your stream. They need to put a rocket on this map to pull me down.
Holy fuck, Lenny.
Steak-tacular.
Oh, GG's boys. Shit, Lenny.
I'll put on my optic skin for.
Stop reading the chatter. Stream time someone else, bro. I think Manny's live. I'm there. Trippy's live. I'm take kind of that stream time. Let me see that damn. Let me see that. Let me see that damn. Oh my fucking God. Threes, yeah, how much? Max, still there? What's on there?
I'm down for threes.
Matt, highlight my name.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Hover that net. Thank you. Hover that.
We'll hover that.
Hover that.
That is just good Halo right there.
Whoa,
that is
Martin
just
shot
damn good
83.
Halo.
What the
My
fuck?
God.
Oh, he shot 60 bullets. He hit 50.
What the
Whoa.
fuck?
Is that Eric Rona?
That's insane. It's actually insane.
And they're trying to dodge. Who's trying to dodge? What are we on about?
All right, let's play.
My God.
This
This man gifts 5. I'm not even here. War Turtle, thank you so much, brother. Tarantino, Yan Man, Texas guy, AJ, Penguin, welcome. Let's freaking go.
Ardo.
Halo content, my full-time job. What would I be doing for a living if not for streaming, making Halo videos? Yeah, at the moment it's my full-time focus, essentially, Parky. This and coaching.
The fuck is that?
What would I be doing? Bro, I don't know. I would probably do something in public speaking, like either in. I have a background in marketing. I graduated marketing and entrepreneurship at university, so something in marketing, but that leverages my communication skills in some way. I would love to. I'd probably still make content. I don't know, but maybe talk more about. Like, I'm a fan of the self-help genre, like motivational speaking, affirmations, health and wellness, fitness, just something that has me yapping, man. Like something with my communication ability, whether it's like, if it's not, that's assuming it's not in gaming. I'd probably, if it wasn't Halo, I'd probably pivot to something else in gaming, you know? It was 10? Oh, wait, 2 separate? Oh, bro, War Turtle. Holy shit. I saw 2 5 gifted bombs out of this man, bro. Jason, Darth, Opet, Pizzies, Slider. Welcome. My God. Oh, I see it. I do ASMR. Yeah, exactly. I would breathe into the microphone. I don't know. Something educational where I'm doing what I'm doing in Halo, but just not in Halo. Basically, the same thing, but not in Halo. Whatever leverages the same skills that I have. But I'm here because I love this game, and more than anything else available, it's hard to imagine myself doing anything else. Keeps on the side? Man, no, I'm not the main thing. How was my barbecue on Saturday? I see the final? I didn't see the final. Barbecue was good. Actually, honestly, it didn't go as planned. It was too cold outside. So we cooked everything and then we brought it inside and ate inside. But it was fun. It was a little bit more low-key than I expected. 2 of my friends are getting, or I guess one's like a close friend. The other is a friend they're getting married. They announced that they're engaged and they're inviting us to the wedding. So it was a close-knit. I thought it was going to be like a big party. It was like a special little gathering, like 12 people, 12, 15 people. Anyway. Yeah, bro, I don't know. The weather is like super unpredictable. I think it's that way all around the world, but in Toronto it goes from like, you know, like fall, winter weather to summer, like on a daily basis. Doesn't really make sense. How to set up a custom octagon match with bot. I don't know how to do the autofill, chef. Here, hold on. Oh, that is just good Halo right there. Toucan, warm up. Oh how long am I streaming? Like another hour, maybe. Thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome back. I don't know. It depends on how it's going. Timmy sent me this message and I forgot to get back to him. It says, bot backfill is super easy to understand. Ocum made copies. Ocum is a Halo Infinite forger. Made copies of all the official modes and added a script brain to each that handles the bot add remove function. The modes are named the same as the modes with B08 at the start. Here's a search example. So I don't know if it's a setting that we can adjust. I think it might be something that he needs to script through Forge or something. And these are game types that were created by that forger that support bot backfill. So that's an example. A direct link to ranked FOV Slayer. So this isn't going to accomplish your Octagon request, but at least you can try bot backfill ranked FFA Slayer. So it backfills to 8. What this would do is let you play ranked FFA on the server, and people can join, and it'll fill bots to fill to 8, basically, in place of any people that are there or aren't there. Oh, wait. Choose that mode, then load into any octagon map. Here's a cool one I made. Choose that mode, then load into any octagon map. But will it always make it 8, though? Maybe if you choose that mode and you limit it to a maximum of 2 players and see what happens. I don't know. You might have to do some testing. This is something that I want to do in prep for content. I just never got around to it. Hopefully that helps you. I have a public Discord. Yeah, exclamation mark Discord. My ears are, yeah, for the most part, better. I'm noticing like that ringing sound in my head now in a way that I haven't in the past, but I don't know if like it was always there and I was just like not noticing it. Now I'm like more hyper conscious of it, right? Okay, bro, my hands are sticky. Give me a second. Spawn points, dark side. It is the envy coding, that's correct, yeah. Oh. Yeah, you can turn the spawns on and off. So those red markers are turned off spawns, basically. No, I had a banana. I threw the banana peel out. My hands were... Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's convenient. It means they'll never spawn in the upper shelf. Or if you want them only to spawn in like one specific corner, depending on what it is you're working on. The reason that that guy's up there right now is because he spawned there before I turned it off, basically. Now he's gone. Turn into envy bias? No, we had a coaching session with Mickwin like a couple weeks ago. And he had the envy skin on, and I was like, oh shit, I'm a rock that too, right? Envy had just been announced as an org in Halo. So, I don't know. Bruh. Weapon look like placeholder assets? Skins in conversation with... What, because the blue of the... Is it the skin or is it the blue of my hand? It's like so sharp. I don't know. Oh. Jeez, bro. Not locked. Interesting. I don't know. I kind of just shoot my gun. I don't really think about it too much, 2K. Aim is just not coordinated. Whoa. I don't want to risk it and play music that's like not Halo. That I know I'll get copyright issues with, but just for the sake of the vibes. What was 4 seconds? Oh, between over and triple kill, yeah. We'll see. Oh, sprint, please. It's like an N64 game? Actually, though? No way. Should go look at an N64 game. Just to be sure. Certain textures, maybe, right? Some of the display settings, horizontal, vertical display margins, if you change the margins back and forth too much. Off by one error seems to make your game and the server fight with each other. Bog the game down? What the hell? What do you mean? All you're doing is changing your display margins. How does that do anything to your game? Apart from changing the display margins. Weird. Jesus, bro. Can I stop being so nervous? Like, I don't know, bro. Every time I go live and I play the fucking game. Nah, no dark side. It like requires consistency. I have to grind out ranked on a regular basis so I can feel comfortable playing the game. But then it's like, if it's just not my calling, you know? If it's not my element to stream gameplay, then maybe that's not for me, but like, I want to. But I like, if I had even a modicum of the fucking confidence that I have, like watching, commentating scrims or gameplay, in my actual gameplay, God, it'd be so different. I could sit here and think about that, though. Or just follow through, I guess, right? I appreciate it, Darcy. My bad, guys. Not looking for the pity party. Appreciate whoever that was. I don't know why it's off. Did that come up as an alert? Alert box. Oh, I see why. I think that might fix it. Darkside, you're very kind, man. You don't have to. Thank you, man. Thank you. League Tunish. Thank you, brother. Welcome. I miss playing music like this. Now I gotta figure out how to scrub it off the whole YouTube broadcast. Brother. Silver Shy Guy? Well, it's not the Shy Guy, it's the one with the beard, right? Oh, wait, no. Are you bronze? You get the silver in 2 months. Gold in... No, sorry. Silver in 3 months. Gold in 6 months. And then the beard one in 9 months. And there's 2 more after that at a year and 2 years. That's how it is now, at least. I kind of don't like how small those badges look, though. I was hoping they'd be more, like, visible, right? Like, I don't know if they should be updated. Shoot the gun, please. Yeah, I might as well. Just play a game. Nah, I think I'm just going to jump in a ranked. Can't play online because your ping is 80 to 100? I mean, it's playable. It's just not ideal for sure. You can definitely play the game at ping like that. Some people deal with it. Cheaters are bad, right? Like right now? There's some finding games.
Oddball.
Do you guys recognize the cheater gamer tags? This looks okay. On formal stream, they're bad, yeah? Really?
Round 1. Ball incoming. Keep possession of his body part.
He was late to spawn. Which I could do here. Change my FOV. No, it's the same. I get any help there, bro? Come on. Let's get it, upgrade. still trying to chase down Camo. Oh, I still see Plat, bro. I heard him. All my team has 0 kills. What the hell?
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Fuck. I was hoping I'd be fast enough to 3-shot beat him down, at least traded.
Enemy has the ball.
Translocator available for acquisition.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Inbound.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Hoping they didn't just get Camo free. Maybe in our team on Nest.
S7 sniper inbound.
Oh my god, what is happening?
S7 sniper available.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Thank you, Jess. Or just Nabe? 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 Nabe?
Ball dropped.
Good play.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Enemy there.
Dude, I was trying to fall. So I didn't shoot.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
I got stuck somehow.
In transit.
Lost the lead.
Translocator requisition. Confirmed.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Remain.
Wait, what the hell?
Incoming. We have the ball.
I shouldn't have reloaded like that.
Have the ball. Ball dropped.
Active camo available.
It was good. I had fun, Sharpsy. Thank you.
Enemy has the ball.
I keep getting camo.
Ball dropped.
We've killed it twice quickly, but we can't
Enemy halfway to
let him
victory.
keep getting it.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Gained the lead. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. In my sight.
So awkward.
Power items order confirmed.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
It's ours now.
I'm starting to wake up.
Hits me. Fuck. Oh, this is bad. We're like staggered. Spawning far from the ball.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy Sparty lost the lead.
Not terrible.
Enemy has the ball.
As soon as you jump, you go, damn, why did you do that? Yeah. I jump a lot too.
Ball incoming.
Inbound.
Enemy there. Ball dropped.
Sticks me immediately.
Fucking love that.
Enemy has the ball.
Kills us both with it. That sucks, bro.
Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. 10 seconds. Down there.
Did he drop it? Why'd he drop it? Oh, okay, regain.
2. Ball incoming.
Hazardous. Path ahead.
Kid, please.
Sniper, keep your head down. We have the ball.
Active camo. Inbound. Active camo available.
Yeah, bro.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
I left camo alone there too. Ridiculous.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Take cover.
Comms are off.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy Spartan has active camo. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
My indecisiveness right now is extreme.
Ball dropped.
Lemon's the one.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Lost the lead.
Alert. Translocator.
It's a crazy move out of that guy.
Not found.
Damn.
Translocator. Located.
Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. We have the ball.
Everything feels so slow.
Ball dropped.
Where they at?
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Inbound.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
There's two in A now. One screen, one A.
Remain calm.
Should have camo for free.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
S7.
Sniper guy with camo, where'd he go? Dropped into bottom mid, bro. Just go to A plat and shoot him with me.
We have the ball. Ball. We have the ball.
I hate when that happens.
We have the ball.
Successfully delivered.
Nearing victory.
Translocator is on the way.
Let's get it, Leon. Appreciate it, man. The vibes. I'm trying to get some damn good Halo going.
Incoming.
Say no.
I'm alone, bro. It's because you guys all ran backwards
Enemy has the ball.
together. You didn't get any kills.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
Active camo available.
We have the ball. Ball drop. We have the ball.
Where's that sniper? What the fuck? Teammate has it?
Ball drop.
Bro.
Enemy has the ball.
Drop me screens.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
This model is range certified.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Translocator in transit.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Translocator requisition confirmed.
Enemy has the ball.
No way. I do all that and then miss, bro. Crazy.
Active camo available.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy there. Targets. Ball dropped.
S7 sniper inbound.
Okay, don't stop streaming. Okay, I mean. Oh my god, he's so bad. Screen's one.
Incoming.
That was painful. Holy. Couldn't find anything with camo. Yeah, thanks, butter.
Ball dropped.
One dummy is weak.
We have the ball.
Back to
S7 sniper prepared for
Need help.
deployment.
I don't
Ball
need
dropped.
right there.
I don't know where that came from. I talked about it all already, Retro, earlier in the stream. Probably be best to just scroll back or go on YouTube and check in the broadcast on YouTube. At the moment, if you don't mind. I didn't show any... If you've been following APG streams, I didn't talk about anything new.
Enemy has the ball.
Let's wait for a board. Don't die here.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
One screen's on me.
Inbound. Ammo available.
Just pinch from A-plat. There's a guy C at the same time, bro. Kill him. You're gonna get camo again, bro.
Power items have shipped.
Ball dropped.
Actually loaded at callouts.
Your power items are ready for pickup. Nice. Bullets successfully delivered.
Ball dropped.
Maintain possession for score. Escape halfway.
I can't move it.
Ball dropped. 1 minute remaining.
Just hiding on the QT. That's why I hate the QT sometimes. People just camp there. They don't care how much the time they waste just sitting there. They know eventually.
Enemy has the ball.
Coming to you, booty. Don't die yet.
Ball dropped.
There's two. Two pushing.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
I don't know what to do.
Remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
We get ball into A here.
Weak dummies. Weak cuts. How do I die?
Double kill.
One big door on me.
Successfully delivered. Translocator is on the way.
Gain the lead. Ball dropped.
Big door dead. I traded.
Just literally sit on it. Nice.
Victory.
Holy shit. We win by 1 second in round 3.
You went crazy at the end, huh? Damn. Hell yeah.
In a back brace for the carry? I don't know. We did make some important plays at the end. Huh. It did choke. We had a good stagger on him in the end, though. I think it's important that I'm, like, even though there's, like, what, 10 seconds left with the ball, that I'm still aware enough to make sure I help my teammate win their fight. Because if I don't help my teammate win that fight in A, and then he dies, and then I lose that perimeter, we're big screwed. So, think like dropping the ball, getting that kill was the right play. Elron, what's up, man? I'm doing good. Just chilling, just playing some Halo. Still waiting on the scrims, things to, you know, start to rev up a little bit. A win is a win. Yeah, we take those. Man, that was a good win. When the dust will settle on the teams, when we'll see some scrim action, I'd say give it till either the end of the week or next week. End of this week or early next week, I would hope. But I really don't know. There's no pressing reason to scrim right away. When's the Open Cup or whatever? Is there an Open Cup coming up? If there's one this weekend, then we'll get something to look forward to. But it might be next weekend. Hold on. Is there any sort of scheduling available for that? Ugh. Or not Open Cup, but like, you know what I mean? Open Qualifier. I don't know. It'd be nice if it was like a little bit easier to find the schedule of things, you know?
Assault. Neutral bomb. Get the objective.
Oh, it's the Shyway. I'm surprised I haven't been at more games.
Don't play very often, that's why. That bomb game mode is hard? Yeah, we got it right here. This is probably the least favorite map game type right now in the scene. No damage at him. No damage on the guy whatsoever. All right, sounds good, Leon. Have a good rest of your evening, man. Thank you. Game's just getting knocked way off. Game looking crazy right now. Should be an open this weekend? Really? Maybe we'll see scrims right before the weekend if that's the case. Hey, it'll be in it one.
Gotta get this guy out of our armor. Shield. Bottom tweet. Play this out.
Oh my god. Awkward. Nice. Just let it reset. Don't touch it. There's no point in touching it. No. Waste.
One shot there, yeah.
Oh, That is just good
Samantha.
there. That is just damn good Halo.
Where you
My
been?
God.
Meant to unsub? Oh, you made a mistake. Big mistake, Summon. Welcome back.
One there tower. They're wing. I ran an aim off.
I don't really know what to do here. I don't know how I'm alive. I'm not gonna lie.
Power weapons requisitioned.
Shoot, bro. Missing every slide. Yeah, welcome back. Good to see you back, Smith. I hope you're doing well. Again, I missed a slide? Like, what's going on? What is this?
Nice, good shit. Fucking shot. Wow.
Bomb on. Your team scored. Objective ready.
Okay. Fuck me.
Bomb
That's
taken.
fine.
Much love. Let's go. Carrot, how you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, just chilling, playing some ranked right now.
Pushing into our base. We're gonna base with OS and snipe. And bomb. What are we doing?
OS and bomb in our base. That's literal insanity. How did that never happens? And I jumped in the bomb. What the fuck? He got OS, repulse, and bomb, and he got through all of us. And what the? No, I didn't even. I'm so fucking confused. Gotta reach out.
Peek me, back it. Aw, damn it, boy. Another one on bomb, right on bomb. Push
Yeah, Roman.
Bomb taken.
Shooting two on the right side and one
Power
to the
items Power items.
They're pushing into our base.
Shot
Go
call.
back to our base.
He's got what, bomb on their base.
Pride and adoration.
I needed to be ice here. Just gotta hit my shots.
Nice call.
I'm doing good, Samantha. This game definitely, you know, tests your patience for sure. I'm doing good. I'm really tense playing these games. Make it look more effortless. That's the key, huh? I feel tense. Gotta change that.
Like three of them right side.
Objective income. Objective ready.
Precise projection.
One our right,
Application.
right tunnel.
It's not even playing.
Perfect. Double kill. 5 minutes remaining. Bomb taken.
Nice, I get one.
Their spiral has one shot and a sniper.
Just gonna chill here.
Bomb taken.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
I thought I had a recoil.
Overshield inbound.
Should have been looking at OS earlier.
Shortened.
OS is in our base. Pretty much a toxic relationship.
Nice, do that.
That's one way to put it. For some reason everything feels so heavy.
Underneath me. Under armory.
Objective ready.
Powerful. Your power weapons have arrived.
Bomb taken.
Daddy's moving that bomb.
Armory. Yeah.
Thanks, sniping that tower. Shot at that tower.
Oh, shit. Aggie dangle.
Bomb taken.
My flag.
Overshield inbound.
Bomb taken.
How am I solo fighting this? We have a 2 dead stagger. We're all sitting on OS. That's why.
Dude, where is this from?
Oh, choke. Red on bomb 1. Oh no, he's...
Expectancy. Short.
Bomb
Main ramp.
taken.
What's this? On their top tower. Oh, they're behind me.
Bruh.
Oh, hey, watch out their armory.
Bomb reset. Objective. Objective ready.
Successfully delivered.
Behind me.
That's on the red.
Remaining.
One trade. One shot on max. On left side.
For sure. We're to
Bomb taken.
channel points for a breakdown. Definitely in need of one. Okay. Not today, but yeah, I'm down.
Power items have arrived.
How many we got OS here?
The ring. They're winging. In their flag. This night.
Everybody except the bomb once again.
Yeah, I got something.
Did their basement.
Bomb taken.
One shot tower.
Thinking I'm locking it down, but I ain't.
You are.
Melee, he's one shot on ball.
Carrier kill.
They're wing, they're wing.
He's down on ball. There's bonfire.
Brother, there's just no way.
2 1 shots there, tower.
Second guy, no living. No living that. Just a fucking 15-minute tie. Oh. It's fucking turned around on the elbow. He turned around to fight that. That's crazy.
Bomb taken.
One shot.
2 bottom mid.
2 one shot, stream 2. Far wing. And
Overshield.
This is not good. Killed my teammate somehow.
Double kill. Carrier kill. Bomb taken.
I can't even rotate bomb, bro.
Shitter.
One's mid tower, they're mid tower.
One shot on my ass.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming.
Our weapons have arrived.
We got shots our wing. There's 1 shot still.
Bomb taken. Bomb taken.
This ain't going anywhere. That's it. Still have fun when I play off stream, yeah. Or I enjoy myself more. I feel like very nervous and tense when I play on stream. I don't know how to fix it, but I think if I'm consistent, maybe. But I'm just never. I have to be disciplined and get on every day and play a certain amount of time, and then I don't know if that's gonna make this easier for me. But if I'm playing solo, sometimes I get in with a flow state with it and I enjoy it. It's stressful, but I still enjoy playing the game. Is there, what's the command for that? This to see how long you followed. I hear you, Kaplan. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Some sort of, what's it called? I can't even remember the name of the helmet. Anyway.
Assault. Neutral bomb. Get the objective.
They gave it to us again, huh? Just to fucking punish us. Wow. I mean, bro. Jesus. Once again, just easy kills.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming. Objective ready. Get the objective.
Okay. He's under me.
Bomb taken.
Plasma grenade.
I don't know how I'm alive. I know, ridiculous. After a tie for 50 minutes.
Target spotted. Bomb army.
Rough.
Enemy there.
Yikes.
Bomb on. Enemy team scored. Objective incoming. Objective
Oh.
ready.
Yep. Just because of my rotation timing, they still spawn in that same section of the base, and I miss my rotate, so I'm just slow running into their open spawn. Like I was supposed to skip past that, kill the guy, and then address the spawner, but I'm just not doing anything here.
Power weapons incoming. Power weapons available for procurement.
Target spotted. Tango's closing in. Enemy there. Counter snipe. Bomb taken.
Just move like a normal human.
In my sights. No scope.
We got him. We got the plant. Let's go.
Your team scored. Objective income.
Bro, that's so insane that, like, I hear him jump, too. Perfect place, perfect timing. The only direction I'm not looking. Behind my back. Randy nade, I'm dead. Sure, Randy. There's something happening on the weekend. No, I'm really not a fan of this map, that's for sure. I don't really know what we're doing here. If we're trying to, like, clear the base, but we didn't. I don't get clamber? Like, I don't clamber that? That makes zero sense. I hit the wall in a weird way, so it doesn't give me a clamber, I guess. Like, I just run into the wall like an idiot.
Successfully delivered.
What's going on with LVT now? Nothing new. Like what we talked about earlier today.
Get the objective. Objective.
Broward's YouTube has Formal's reaction. That's what we talked about. Did that hurt him? I guess not. A nade I threw.
Successful.
Bomb taken.
S7 sniper prepared for deployment. Not found.
Bomb taken.
Target spotted.
Fuck. He's getting chased in tower. He dropped right behind me. Yeah, Saint, we replayed the map. I got the map twice. It went all the way to a tie, and they gave it to us again.
Carrier kill. Bomb taken.
Overshield inbound.
Nobody's looking at OS from the opposite side. Like, I thought I had the perfect flank for my team, but nobody's on the other side of the OS.
Bomb taken.
Got OS.
I'm glad he fought us. That sucks. There's definitely a nade or something I could throw there.
Team nearing victory. Objective incoming.
No help.
Objective.
I think he knew it.
Get the objective.
Power weapons available for procurement.
God, I'm just getting nuked. It's been good, Jeremy. It's been good. Just this game pulls out a stressful side of me, that's all.
Expectancy.
Bomb arming.
Overshield inbound. Warning.
That's it.
Bomb taken.
No, bro, like, fuck. Please plant it.
Bomb arming.
He's not gonna get away with that. Oh, fucking classic, bro. Thank you.
Bomb armed.
Obtained.
Objective incoming. Objective ready. Bomb taken.
I always pay the price trying to chase somebody down like that, bro. I should have just gone, I don't even know, like, full through bottom tower? I'm not even sure. How do I feel about the sprint strafe? Is it helping me? Yeah, I like it. It works sometimes. Wow, I did not mean to fall.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming. Objective ready. Bomb taken.
Do you have a repulse? Because I do.
In my sights.
1 minute remaining.
Power items in transit. Distance. Power items have arrived.
Maybe a bad plan. I don't know.
Bomb taken. 30 seconds remaining.
No way. How are we letting this go off? Ah, we're fucking destroying these guys. We let the bomb go off.
Objective incoming.
That's pretty crazy.
Objective ready. 10 seconds. Bomb taken. Overtime. No scope.
Enemy there.
Touch that? We touching that? Nice.
Bomb army.
Not sure what to do. We gotta be in there. Blocking armory or something. I could have continued going for kills instead of trying to plant. I probably shouldn't have planted. I don't even know.
Bomb taken.
Overshield over here.
Overshield available.
Bomb taken. Bomb army. Bomb army.
Wow. Somehow we pulled it out. Gonna go cook some dinner. Germ, sounds good, man. Just wanted to say what's up and check in. All right. If I'm on later or tomorrow, can talk to me then. Cheers, man. Much love. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sorry if I'm not super responsive. We're trying to lock in.
This is the way.
We thankfully got the win. Fenny, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome.
This is the way.
If I care about it, it does for all of us. I ended up finding out I've had a fractured back for 10 years. Wow. No, I mean, I'm doing good. Yeah, not a fan of the map either. Let's go, Artie. GG skills. Skills. Hold on. Is that the skills I'm thinking of? with a new Twitch.
Strongholds.
Like every time I sit in my chair, it scoots over a little bit because I'm fucking plop in it. Oh fuck, dude! Shyway on my team. My god.
Not for long.
And our teammate's gone.
I'm gonna get some water. Good timing.
Hold more zones.
The greatest.
What's for dinner? I don't even know yet, bro. I gotta see what's in my fridge. Probably just like chicken and rice, honestly. Like simple stuff. Chicken, rice, broccoli. Shit is ominous.
Got on cheese and got off? Like what?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
We just like you should eat base with basic plan. It gets like 2 hours a day. Like the cheese.
Every.
You playing with Bound? Yeah.
Huh? Let's talk to gun. I'm gonna join you.
Okay. I'm done.
Why am I on
I heard Drew.
160 ping?
I heard Drew beats you. Ever?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he was telling me.
No, but he says without snipers it's like different, but he says with snipers he beats you.
Yeah, he says he actually runs your shit.
Because last time I played him, like, it was crying about connection, so.
Wait, when was this? Was this like a
was it with snipers?
Yeah, it was with snipers, yeah.
One-shot training. Bro, everyone on the other team has Legends Fit on. I cannot try. What is this, bro?
They actually do. What the hell? Wait, go look at
you guys saw what he's doing those 2, 3 series. Like I might fucking buy. I don't even know like what his fit is, and if I have to pay him with real money, I will.
Oddball. Triple kill. Ball dropped. We have the ball. ball.
How do we all die? There's 3 dead on the map. Now we're all dead.
Killing spree. All dropped. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Gained the lead. Lost the lead. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Active camo. Inbound. Allied. Carrier down. Active camo available.
Wait, what? Jump off and grab camo? Oh.
Remain calm.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Is it Agathan? Spy? Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Just trying to play ranked.
We're close again.
Got all these kills, we got no ball time.
Lost the lead. Ball dropped.
Shock rifle. Inbound. Shock rifle available.
What are we doing here? Just chaos. We got teammated? You got a triple off it.
Active camo. Inbound.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Active camo available.
Ball dropped.
Should have just chowed him, bro. It was an easy kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Seize the ball.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Exclamatory excitement.
Oh.
In my sights.
Ball dropped. Gained the lead. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Dude, and then no play ball? Fucking Christ. Thank you. Okay.
Ball incoming.
Cooking class? What do you mean? In Halo? Here's hoping. Here's how to cook. Chef Shyway. Is he above me? He is.
Shock rifle. Inbound. Active camo. Inbound. Shock rifle available.
Do I have a shroud? Thank you.
10 seconds. Ball dropped. Gained the lead. Ball dropped. Halfway to victory.
And hand delivered the win to us right there by sending ball bottom mid. Ranks reset at the start of next season? Yeah, every season the ranks reset.
Say no. You're joking.
They're close.
Whoa. Long haul for sure. Camo guy should be getting ball here.
Grapple shot. Signs. Not found.
Here's bottom A now.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
We lost. Possession.
Enemy
Clean him up.
has the ball.
Nice.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped. We have the ball.
If it hits him perfect, that'd be nice. No.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Fuck. Not bad, stay. We won 2, tied 1.
Successfully delivered.
We have the ball.
Should do damage to him, hopefully. No.
We have the ball.
Just turn around and address him with me, bro. That's like teamwork 101. You got to predict the A spawn first off. You can't just be running through tower not knowing they're spawning A. And then turn around and shoot him with me. Don't just run.
Ball dropped.
And I just get stuck.
Ball on bound. Ball incoming.
Shock rifle inbound.
Really? Eat Bobby Shay? Damn right. How you doing, Brian?
We've lost a team.
Guess it's dead. Split spawn C.
Target spotted.
Target spotted.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Carrier down.
why I shouted this so aggressively.
Active camo available.
Ball reset. Ball in. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped.
Plasma grenades obtained.
No, why are you going up? Play in front of me. Such an unnecessary stick, bro.
Spartan down.
If I hit a better G slide, I would have gotten away, but like we had a guaranteed kill there. That sucks that he stuck him.
Enemy has the ball.
Stuck me. What?
Ball dropped.
Oh shit on.
Shot rifle inbound.
30 seconds remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Precision. Shot rifle available. Active camo available.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
In my sight.
Carrier down.
What am I missing here?
Remaining calm.
Gained the lead. Lost the lead.
Throw that bitch off.
Ball dropped.
Lose control.
Ball dropped. 10 seconds. Ball out of bounds.
We're all dead here. We gotta keep him off the ball. Nice. Cool.
Victory.
GG. 1866 last night. Now I'm 1730 or some shit. Having the worst run in history. Well, at least you're getting +7, -7 for each win and loss, right? You just gotta regain and you can correct it, hopefully. Thank you, Viper. GG's. Okay, I think that's gonna do it for me, guys. We didn't play a ton, but we won every game and we tied one. I take that as a W. Send it to Bound, I think. If he's still live. I don't know. He was live a second ago. Yep. The Night King. Good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out. What's the news today? I just kind of compiled all the roster stuff together. We talked about Formal's take on the LVT Pro League. For the most part, I agree with it. I do think that like his final consensus was like a little bit short, like the amount of time that he wanted to play for. I was hoping like a little bit more, but you know, the pros and LVT have to figure that out themselves. As far as Rostermania, we just took everything that we know so far and put it all on a tier list, right? So it would take too long to like break it down for you again. I might clip things out, post it to Twitter or somewhere else. We'll see. Alrighty, no problem, man. Thank you for hanging out. I know the vibes were kind of chill, kind of nothing crazy today. We're definitely gonna have, you know, some top tier Halo, damn good Halo and vibes in the near future. This is the calm before the storm, so let's enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. I'm out. Yeah, sending you guys to Bound. See 61 of you over to Bound. All right, have a good rest of your evening, Twitch. And YouTube as well. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out.